How's it going, guys? I'm ItFightsBack, and today we are going to level a ranger playing, or a raider, what we'll spec into, playing Caustic Arrow with Toxic Rain Totems into Cold Snap Vortex, and getting that all set up. Now, I've played this build many times. I've leveled this build a lot, both in practice, and I League started this exact build in Expedition League, Scourge League, and in the Delirium Everywhere event. So I have a lot of experience playing this build. That being said, I'm not a speedrunner. I took Pierce out here because it adds to the gym mana cost of the Burning Arrow, and it doesn't increase the damage at all. Fighting a single target like Hillock. He goes down easily. And there we go. Pick all this stuff up. Off this stuff because we don't need it. Take off the Burning Arrow. Run through here, get my level, take projectile damage. Projectile damage will increase the dot of Caustic Arrow. The Tarkly here is going to give us a Caustic Arrow. We're going to sell all this stuff we just picked up. And the Burning Arrow. We're going to look in here. We're going to look for green, 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 or green, green, red. Anywhere we can get it, and also look for movement speed on the boots, and we've got nothing there. So that's fine. Just head right on into the coast. So then we'll throw in the Pierce and the Caustic Arrow, get the move only, move in a flask. What else? Oh yeah. Always stack without moving. So Pierce is good on Caustic Arrow because Caustic Arrow, when you fire it, it reaches a target and leaves a puddle of this Caustic Degen. When it pierces an enemy, it will go off twice and expand the area. So now there's like 2 areas that are doing the Degen. We won't use Pierce for too long, but since we have it right now, we'll make use of it. Overlapping Caustic round does not double the damage, so it just expands the area that you're doing damage in. But it's not gonna like double dip on enemies. Alright, but yeah, like I was mentioning, I'm not a speedrunner. I do like to go fast. I've practiced this a lot, but I've never like gone through the story of this game with the intent of speedrunning it, trying to like better times and whatnot. I just try to do the best that I can with it. I'm probably not going to be as efficient as the speedrunners, but we will make do. Alright, pop-ups. Go into the mud flats. Another level. Gonna take this top side projectile damage. Right on. Ruin Nest. Kind of want to clear these things out, so we don't get bombarded once we pop this thing. Still gonna get bombarded because they're everywhere. Okay, looks like there was one up there. I'm gonna make sure there's not one down here. Don't need to level too much here. We want to get to level 4 so we can throw on a dash or a frost blink, provided we have the wisdom scrolls. Looks like we will. Oh man, these are far apart. I guess I should have gone for that one. Okay, grab this one. Grabbing these enrages the Roas, and they can be kind of gnarly if you don't have enough HP to survive the stun that comes with getting hit by them. It's kind of hard to get by the mudflats, but make do. Iron Ring, that's fine. That will increase the damage of the hit on the Caustic Arrow. If I hit an enemy with it, it has like a hit. I mean, I guess you can kind of see it. There's a ring that is above the Caustic ground. That is a hit. That ring right there is a hit. So the Iron Ring, the 1 to 4 physical damage, will add to that hit from the Caustic Arrow. Okay. Get level 4, yeah, we're level 4, so we really don't need to kill more stuff. So it's really easy to do so. Caustic Arrow's really easy to start with. Take this top side, projectile damage. I'm going to take this waypoint back to the coast. Remember that boss was chasing us. She's going to be right there. We're not going to mess with her. It'll take too long to kill her. We don't have good enough group of skills for like too much single target at the moment. Now, I could have gone and gotten the dash before coming down here, but we'll combine all this into one trip back to town. We don't need to kill stuff here, but if I get stuff grouped up enough, I figure why not? Because one attack will take down a large group of enemies. And then we'll just slowly burst down Hail Rake. Keep moving, and then he won't hit you. Okay, got a portal scroll. Pick up as much stuff as possible here, and then we're going to exit to character selection. We don't want to exit to the login screen or close the game. We might wind up back in queue early on in a league start scenario, so we're going to do the exit to character select. We're going to take the Quicksilver Flask, and we're going to take Onslaught. And then we're going to vendor all of the stuff we just picked up. I don't need that chest. And here, I'm going to purchase a chance to poison and a chance to bleed. And then I'm going to come over here to Tarkly. I'm going to take Shrapnel Ballista and Dash. Purchase items. We need green, 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 and green, green, red still. Oh, here's a green, green, red helmet. There was it cost 1 wisdom scroll. I have that. I'm playing in SSF Standard League, so it's very possible that I could like pull stuff out of my stash accidentally. So Onslaught's going to replace the Pierce. Then I need a gem socket for Dash. Dash needs a green socket. It'd be best to get gloves. I don't want wool gloves, but we'll take those. Need there. Throw on the dash. Get my skills put in the right spot, and onward we go. So now the shrapnel ballista is gonna just help us do an extra bit of damage, and we can deal damage behind us. Like a lot of stuff we can still just clear with the caustic arrow, but having this extra source of damage with these totems is really nice until we get things really set up, because it's these tough magic enemies here. Okay, there's a shrine here. That's interesting. What do we got? Diamond Shrine. Well, crits aren't going to help me much. It'll help the damage of the totems, which is cool. Help me clear a little bit. What's up here? This is looking like a big dead end. Indeed it is. Trying to find the bridge. So here at the bottom of this bridge, I'm going to drop a portal. We're going to come back to this portal later and go to the Flooded Depths and kill a crab for a extra passive point. To get this level that I have, I know it's there, but I want to make the most use of the Diamond Shrine while I've got it. Why not go ahead and take out the Brood Princess? Okay, and gauntlets. We did grab gloves, and we need that socket, so I'm not going to worry about identifying that at the moment. Still looking for 3 green link that for the caustic arrow. Now I got 2 levels, projectile damage. Onward we go. Use the totems to like clean up stuff. Just kind of fire at bigger packs. I was practicing this run just a little bit ago, and I made it to Act 2. I felt so comfortable with it, I figured, you know what, let's just do this. Let's get this done. I've done this enough that I don't feel like I need to practice too much with this. We've been here, we've done this before. Lots of caustic arrow through the early parts of the game. I've even played this build in Vortex as well. It's a very strong, well-rounded build. It's not going to match the damage that you could get off of Cold Dot as a Trickster or an Occultist, but there's so much quality of life in playing as a Raider that it's hard to pass up. Ooh, we got Transmute. My loot filter also has text-to-speech to tell me what is dropping, especially since a lot of things are going to die behind me. Put a lot of work into my loot filter for leveling. If my loot filter is something that you're interested in having your hands on, that is a perk that I provide to members of my YouTube channel. If you join my Discord and link your YouTube account to your Discord account and are a member of my channel, it's like a subscriber on Twitch. There's a join button below the video that you can click on, and if you do all that, you will have access to the members only section of my Discord where you can find my loot filters, and I will give you access to any of those that I make. Also, still like using my own filter. I've like customly coded special sound files and everything. I've never put it through Filter Blade, so it's not easy to customize, but that is there, should you be interested. Alright, now we can get ballistics. It's even more damage. Projectile speed, we gotta watch out for these goatmen with the molten shell on them. Totems there, transmute. Another one, that's huge. We need 3 transmutes after Brutus. We're gonna level down towards Primal Spirit. That's going to give us 20 strength and 20 intelligence, which are going to be useful for equipping gems for the most part. But also, I get mana gain on hit if we've used Mana Flask recently, but we're not relying as much on hits with this build, since we're going to be like scaling a dot. Cancel. Cool. I feel like this is about to take me to a Evolve side area. I didn't see the enemy. Okay, no, it's not. Alright, what is this shrine? Recent shrine. We use it to help take down some of these enemies. No, 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 no. Don't need that. Could've just, like, skipped past. No more saving Navali. Navali is gone. Coming in the league that is just a little over 2 days away at the time of this recording. 3.17, big in-game expansion. Arch Nemesis League, Eater of Worlds, Steering X-Arc, all kinds of new stuff coming. Alright, so now we're gonna go back to town. Now we got to this waypoint, and we're just, well, first, since I'm close to a level, I should check here just to see. Do we got links? Need green, green, green. Nope, no links. Check for movement speed, nothing. Okay. So then we're just gonna hop in to the portal, back to the submerged passage, and then we need to find the flooded depths. Right over here. That's another passive point. I also want Frostblink instead of Dash. I like Frostblink so much better. But we're also going to be eventually getting Withering Step. Withering Step will reset the cooldown on your dash as well as Frostblink. Frostblink just provides a little bit more utility. Okay, we got us the amulets. Oh, we got frozen. See that? Oh, cross there. 9. There's Primal Spirit. So now we're not going to have any... What was I stuck on? We're not going to have any issue leveling up gyms like this chance to bleed. There we go. Drop the totems. Totems can kind of bait out attacks from this crab. Just gotta watch for them to go down so I can put more out. Just kind of wait for it to die. And there we go. Large mana flask. That's huge. Again, exit character select. Now, this is why I looked at the vendor before going to do that, because I hit level 9 in the process, so now I can check again. Here for green, green, green. Okay, there's another green, green, red. It does cost a transmute. Nope. Nope. Green, green, red really isn't going to help us. Alright, that's fine. We're gonna sell all of this stuff unidentified because we want transmutation shards. Need a few of those. Instant mana flask. I don't like instant mana flasks, especially early on. Alright, next we're gonna go get Aspect of the Eagle. That's gonna give us some more damage. And then here I'm going to grab Void Manipulation. That's why we need the green, 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 because we don't want to lose Onslaught, but we also want the damage, so we're just not going to have that for now. So we'll just head back to the prison. We need to get our lab trial and get out of here. And I forgot about the crossblink. Alright, where's the lab trial going to be? Last few runs of this, I've had trouble finding the trial. And I already found the way out. Okay, we're going to come back for the trial later. We'll be a little bit faster, and it'll probably be a time save overall. Just come back and get that later. Portal. I'm thinking this is probably a big dead end. World Amulet 3.9. I think the mana regen's probably better for me right now. Especially since I have this instant flask. I can't offer extra life regen. Okay, he'll go down. Hey, another Caustic Arrow. Pick up blue items so we can vendor them for more transmute shards. Missing out on the onslaught.
As the prey grows more fierce,
Went.
so must the huntress.
Alright, that's a dead end right there. Never really studied layouts. Like, I've played this game so much that I can kind of recognize certain things. But I've never studied them outright. I don't know exactly where I'm going to find the way to Brutus here. There it is, though. Okay. Warden's Quarters. And we'll grab the level Aspect of the Eagle. Increase damage with bows. And this fight right here is the biggest reason that I grabbed the Shrapnel Ballistas. So they can keep Brutus occupied. So I don't have to dodge all of his attacks, and I can still just do damage to him. We'll be swapping out those Ballista Totems pretty soon. Still in Act 1. Got 4 transmutes, that's good. Technically need 1 more before we're finished. Brutus should drop me enough stuff that we will be fine. Hey. Got mana. Oh, I got hit by that. No. Okay.
I've done for you what I would do for any wounded
Blacksmith as well. Again, exit to character selection. But we don't log out of the game. So now, talk to no. You Guy,
Take care.
10. Alright, so here he's going to offer us some gems. None of these are useful. Whirling Blades, Blink Arrow, Smoke Mine, Precision. We're not going to use any of those. There's the 3-link bow. This one has a slower attack speed, but gives us access to Onslaught, so it's probably worth. Or I could take something like this, but it's going to cost me a transmute. I don't want to do that. Check for movement speed again. Chances of finding movement speed go down the longer you progress through the act, so not the biggest fan of the longbow, but we'll take it. Oh, that cost a transmute as well. Okay, we will make do. Put that on, put that one on the offhand, just in case we need it. Now, we need a red, blue, and green socket. Can I get a chest? I don't have an armor scrap. This one has green sockets for 1 wisdom scroll. That'll work. Alright, and then in here, we're going to get Withering Step, we're going to get Vitality and Clarity. We'll not worry about the others at the moment. We'll get those once we get the Toxic Rain. This. Right on. So now we'll have extra mana regen, extra life regen, and Withering Step. And you know what? I'm going back for it, because I forgot it again. Now that I have the Withering Step, I definitely don't want to have Dash.
Yes?
But we're going to grab Frostblink. Except, oh yay, I don't have a socket for Frostblink.
Goodbye.
Got boots with a blue socket. Yes. Okay, this one costs a wisdom scroll. That on. I'll take the movement speed penalty. That's fine. So we're going to replace Dash with Frostblink. Dash can come out and go away. On a Prisoner's Gate. So the reason I like Frostblink more, it has about the same cooldown as Dash, but it also leaves chilled ground to slow enemies. So it's going to increase the time that they stay inside of my puddle of corrosion here. Yes. But if I hit enemies with it, it refreshes faster. So there's an extra benefit there of having Frostblink over the Dash. There is a large light flask. That's an upgrade. Oop, that's a chrome item. Take that. We'll use these totems. They're so good as a distraction. And once we get level 12, we'll be able to switch into Toxic Rain totems. Pretty much be set for quite a while. In Arch Nemesis League, it could be very possible that you get access to uniques early on the game if you interact with the league mechanic. If you can get unique items below level 5 with any kind of consistency, maybe it might even be a level 1 bow. Silver Branch, I think it's called, gives you +1 to socketed bow gems.
Life and death live side by side.
If you can use that with your Caustic Arrow, you'll get an increased level on it, so you'll increase the damage quite a bit. They're really, again, not... Okay, there's the waypoint. Waypoint's been spawning all over the place for me. Alright, so now we find the ship's graveyard cave. Scarrow levels up. That's a big damage increase. Like, almost instantly noticeable, even at this level. Alright, ship's graveyard cave. Grab level. These ones are going into life. We'll get Heart of Oak. There'll be more life regen.
Transmute.
And another transmute. Okay, good. Now we're set on transmutes. We can get Ballista Totem. We can get another Void Manipulation to replace the current totems. Ground slows so much. Yeah, I don't have movement speed. Something I got to keep in mind. I'm gonna want that. Um, this is probably a dead end. Yeah. This way. Let's see if I get frozen this time. If I get frozen by this boss, it'll be 4 for 4. My leveling. Yep, there we go. We got frozen. There we go. Don't have to fight that elemental though. So now we'll leave there, go straight to the Cavern of Wrath. Still not level 12 yet. So we need to kill a couple more things if possible. Oh, we found this first. That's fine. We'll just go ahead and take care. Fairgraves. Normally really close to this waypoint. A little farther than normal. Normally over here by this little book icon on the minimap. Stuff.
Please understand that as a gentleman of honor,
Hard times call for hard hearts. That's when the enemies start spawning.
hard times call for hard hearts. I'm sure were the circumstances reversed, you do precisely the same.
Dialogue ends, that's when Fairgrave comes out. Use the Withering Step. The Withering Step applies currently 4 Withered debuffs. Withered. Tell me on here. Withered. Each stack of Withered increases chaos damage taken by 6% and can be stacked up to 15 times. I'm applying 4 stacks of Wither with the Withering Step. Character select here. So that is 24% increased chaos damage taken from pushing the Withering Step. So here's our Toxic Rain. We're going to vendor this stuff. Probably not that ring. Forgot this, that. We need a purchase. We need a Ballista Totem. And we need another Void Manipulation. This is going to replace our green red of the Shrapnel Ballista, chance to bleed, less poison. Throw those in there. So we got those on the right buttons. Always attack without moving. Modify this. Got some cold res on it. Don't have much heat to work with. Rid of these things. Enter the blacksmith. Then I can buy a sapphire ring. Just to make Orville a little bit safer. I might have been able to make one, or just make a lightning. That makes a lightning one. Sure.
God hasn't abandoned us.
Rendering a gem of different color with an iron ring. Give you... I forgot my passive. It'll give you a sapphire, ruby, or topaz ring. Alright, so Heart of Oak, and then now we're going to push up on here. We're going to Wasting. That's our next path. Yeah, Uriel's Cavern. So let's go. So we'll use the Frostblink for like going through areas and clearing, and then we'll use the Withering Step for more against bosses and tougher rares. Since they're both movement skills, they share a cooldown. So like if I use Withering Step, like it activates for quite a while until the elusive wears off, or I use a skill. Frostblink is on cooldown for that entire time. Ooh, red helmet. Oh, that's matches my. That helmet's being used for something useful right now. Okay, here's a quiver. Only 1 to 4 added flat damage, so it's not super helpful. Get it? We're getting new quiver bases in 3.17. Lots of cool new stuff, including a physical damage as extra chaos damage. I think poison bow skills definitely have a potential to crawl out of the woodwork. Using that quiver specifically. Maybe you can use your Toxic Rain to apply poisons even. or the storm rain that I've seen a few people mention. Okay, we'll open the strong box. Get Wither just to do damage. And I think I'm done picking up blue items at this point. Another dead end. And I feel the no movement speed on my boots. Crossblink can do some damage too.
Chromatic.
Nice. We get across this. Okay, here's the exit. So we've got to pull the golden ground. Okay, Merveil's Lair. So here we're gonna make good use of Withering Step. We want to use Withering Step and instantly use a skill to start the cooldown, and then use it again. So we're trying to stack more and more Wither debuffs while keeping the like all three of our totems down. So then Merveil's gonna keep taking more damage. We want to make it quick so we can use it again before the like previous withered debuffs wear off. Out of life flask. One. Almost there. Toxic rain totems kind of have a mind of their own. They'll fire at anything. And I used the withering step too early there. Oh, you moved. Alright. I ran with the wither all the way over to her. There again. They're there. And almost. Okay, Merveil down.
Your love for a man. That's
go.
what did this to you, Merveil.
Onward. But now something else that we need to just keep an eye out for is 3 blue wands. So we can put those in the offhand because eventually we're going to need to start leveling our gems for the cold dot stuff, or else they're going to be level 1 when we get them because they're not given to the raider. Cold snap is though. That stuff up. Kill Caliph. Dark Tooth Arrow Quiver, 3 life on hits. Probably more useful actually than the we got, but doesn't matter. We need the quiver more for resistances than anything else at this point. It's hard to get damage. Quiver. Okay, now we're gonna need alterations, so we're gonna start identifying things before vendoring them. Stack up some alterations. I'm going to swap in this topaz ring that I made because there's going to be lightning damage coming up in the Chamber of Sins. And here we need to try and find the den. It's right there. We're going to drop a portal here. Come back to there in just a minute. Really close to the entrance, which is kind of cool. We're not going to fight this giant rock. I wish low-level enemies, like, through the story like that, rock, you could farm it for, like, a, guaranteed unique, like, you couldn't, like, Borderlands. But they're, like, Borderlands uniques are all the same, they just kind of scale with level. Whereas these ones have a lot more power in this game, but it doesn't feel like there's much use to some of the unique enemies around and about. Alright, so we went back once we got the crossroad. We're going to go to the old fields, through the portal, go into the den, kill the great white beast so we can get an extra quicksilver flask. Ooh, we get a ghost as well. Hopefully we can get it, because that'll drop us a rare item. Ghost to be moving though, so there we go. Goat's horn. I don't need the life tap. Generally find this boss is kind of down along this in this direction normally. Yep. There's the exit, so that's where the Great White Beast is going to be. And then we'll Wither Step. But we're also alive, Withering Step again. Then we summon them. So we get like 2 uses of the Withering Step. Exit the character selection. 2 uses of the Withering Step before we have to summon totems again. With the cooldowns. So let's sell this stuff. Ooh! Oh! That's disgusting! Okay, we're using this wand in this guide. That is going to be the wand we use. That is nuts! Cold dot multi and cold damage with cast speed? Like, there we go. This wand will carry us into maps. No joke. That's a find right there. Sometimes you get lucky. Wow. I'm amazed at that. Oh, I forgot to get the Quicksilver Flask. I do that almost every single time. It's okay. We'll go get it eventually. Reader Mana Flask. Another one. Okay, so we will swap a bunch of stuff out there. Be cool if we had a like keybind to just drop an item from our inventory. Kind of like we control click something into a window. If I could like control click that jewelers and it would just drop on the ground. I think that would be dope. Alright, no connection on the left side. Hope has ring back there. Go up here, even though I know this is not the correct way, because I want this pack of magic enemies.
One rung closer to the top of the food
Okay,
chain.
level. Next 3 are going to be more damage. But here in the center of this waypoint will always point towards the exit. There's 3 potential paths down in this zone. The waypoint always shows you which way. Come on, Ghost. Don't do this to me. There's another one? Okay, that one went on the rare enemy. Okay. That one got away, but we get access to this one. We get multiple rares. Alright, so I'm gonna pop down. Okay, that's way too far out of the way to go get those magic enemies. So we'll head down. Next area. This would have connected here. We could have came straight down here. Resistance level 2. This will get us our next Labyrinth trial. Okay, looks like it's probably going to be up here as well. Beasts in here. Been finding it more frequent that the Ascendancy trial is up in this direction. But that's also just like an RNG thing too, probably. Okay, we'll toss that. We're not taking too much damage there. Really need to fight this stuff. Okay, so where's the next area? We could go down, but generally when this is up here, there's a good chance that the way to the end of this zone is going to be up in this direction. Portal is too far away for me to go get. Got 2. That's enough. Not there. I'm really wind me all around here. I'm not gonna fight the beast. Here, nope, not that. Here it is. It's a very windy path to get out here. Caustic arrow is close to its next level.
Well, I'm sure you won't be looking so.
Wow, look at two beasts down there. Alright, and we'll use the toxic rain totems to kind of bait attacks on this guy. If you really needed to, you could come down here and use this totem as, like, this pillar as a wall. So you're not getting hit. You can still kind of get your caustic arrow damage off with the AoE. Just another little trick there. As the pillar will block. Okay, we got a bow. Does it have plus the bow gems? No. Either it has plus the bow gems or it's not worth it. Exit the character select. Save those two portals. Alright, Groost is going to offer us a bunch of stuff that we're not going to use. But we'll still sell this stuff. Identifying movement speed on boots with blue sockets. That's huge. Okay. Big upgrade there. Right, so.
Return if you must.
I am the
Okay, Yina, this is... I should have done this before.
Be kind if you can.
Okay, identify this. Armor during flask effect. Okay. I need more wisdom scrolls. Vendor 2 of the alterations for 8 wisdom scrolls. Acid point. Chaos dot multi. Go to the crossroads. We'll go get the other trial. At this point, the order that you do things isn't too like it doesn't matter too much. You can go deal with the bandits, go get the Weaver. You just got to do it all eventually. And we have to not forget, we did not get that trial in the prison in Act 1. I already have it completed because I'm playing in Standard League at the moment. So it's just like... So I'm being honest about the run. Kill these zombies before they make it out of the ground. But yeah, I've also gotten very good at playing with Frostblink. I am very, very good at blinking into enemies to get that cooldown. It'll be even more useful later because we'll use this chilled ground to apply bone chill to our cold dot. And then since Vortex is an instant skill, you can literally like blink in and Vortex like instantly. Like 2 instant skills back to back. Good stuff. Alright, crypt level 1. Here will be our 3rd Ascendancy trial. And let's see, we're gonna push us this way. It is always along this northeast wall, so the first chance we have to go this way, we'll go this way. Here it is. We can open the strongbox too. It's not going to freeze us. There. And the frost blink works like if you're standing here. I can probably show this right here. I can be standing in a group of enemies and blink, and that works too. You hit on like where you're at and where you're going, both, and it works better against rare and unique enemies. You get more cooldown off of that. All right, exit character selection. What next? Let's go get waypoints, I guess. Then we'll go deal with the bandits. I'm gonna help Alira on this build. That'll give us resistances, which are really nice, especially early league. But the big reason is that Cold Snap and Vortex, like if you're scaling the damage as best you can, it's very costly on the mana. And we don't want to use a mana flask, so we'll like scale the clarity. Did I get a Skitterbots? I did not. We'll go back to town and do that. We should have done that after we finished Chamber of Sins, because that's what the guy in town was offering us gems, but it unlocked gems that we could purchase that are more beneficial. I like to come down here and get this Western Forest waypoint on my way through the wetlands. Okay, we'll grab this, head back to the town. Big goof on my part, not grabbing the gem. More damage though.
Hello.
So, summon Skitterbots. One alteration. I have one alteration. I've been identifying things and selling the rare items. Now, we could take a Blood Rage here if you want Frenzy Charges off that. You could take a Cold Snap here and get Frenzy Charges off of that as well. We do want a Cold Snap for later, but we want a Vol Cold Snap. So we are actually going to be looking for Vol side areas through this run. Try and find us a Vol Cold Snap. Not something you need to worry about too much if you're playing in Trade League. You can just buy it. Ooh. Little... I maybe shouldn't have leveled the Vitality. Not enough mana there. We turn the Vitality off. Just need to be on lookout for that so I don't level it again. Alright, follow the road here. Take us to Creighton. I missed the entrance. Okay, and just like any boss, talk to him, we're going to drop all the totems, kill Creighton, and then instantly, like, Withering Step. And Withering Step. Right on cooldown. And then I need to summon totems again, then Withering Step. I'm just kind of watching the cooldown, Withering Step, then I need to summon totems again, and Withering Step. Step, summon totems again. There we go. Got a unique. Exit character selection. Okay,
What?
that's a chrome item. So if I identified this, it's still going to give me that chrome since it's red, blue, green linked. Full damage to attacks. I don't need this. We'll render it. I will take the alchemy shards. Next, on to Oak. That looks like an Exile. We will take down an Exile. Oh, blue stuff. We'll pick up the little things. We can vendor them. Because we will need more transmutes at some point. We can use transmutes to craft resistances on gear. But when we're just like rocking like all white gear, not really super good use of transmutes at this point. So we should try and find some kind of real gear at some point, but we're also doing it. We're doing things. 18, this is more damage. Ooh, we found this already. Is Oak gonna be up or down? Probably up. Based on what I'm seeing here. Greater life flask. Actually, I have a grand. Level. Let's grab this damage. Chaos res. Those spells aren't gonna have chaos res in Act 2. Where is he at? There we go. Entrance is up here. Alright, Oak. Totems, kill Caustic Arrow, and then Wither. Wither. Totems, Wither. Wither. Totems, Wither. There we go. There's Oak.
For once in your sorry life, bandit. Feed the worms.
Eventually, I think as the Blissed Totem support levels, the totems might last longer. More rares. Driftwood Wand. That has a potential as well. What's this one got for me? Chaos Dot Multi. Spell damage. Okay, we'll throw that on there anyways. We already found the waypoint, so exit the character select. I think Caustic Arrow, if I remember correctly from the patch notes, is getting a slight numerical nerf, but I think that's mostly at the top end. I don't think it's going to affect leveling with it much at all.
Travel far.
I'm mainly using Caustic Arrow. Alright, on to the Western Forest. Here, so this side, waypoint is on this side of the road, so we're going this direction. That will take us to Alira. Somewhere back in this direction. There's another way to find Alira, because there is a like stone path that leads from the road. You could follow that as well. We're going to help Alira. We'll take the all-res, and we'll take the flat mana region.
That was all.
The flat mana region is the big reason why I'm helping her. And we've got some kind of scrambled text stuff happening. That will continue to be like that until I log out of the game. And if I'm on a league start, I'm not logging out of the game. So, unless it forces me out. Nobody really likes waiting in queue, if we're being honest. Captain Arteri. I still don't think I have enough mana to run the Vitality. Alright, so then we're going to exit the character select again. And then we're going to run to Act 1 real quick. Grab this passive. Leading that quest. There's that. Nothing I want here. Chaos Mastery. The next thing we're going to do is we're going to push to the right. We can get life here. Or we could go get more damage. Probably grab both. And while I'm here, since I am here, I'm going to go ahead and purchase Aeronova support.
Farewell.
You'll want that like in Act 4. Just go ahead and have it. So we go back to the Western Forest, and this time we're going to go across the road from the waypoint, and this will take us to the Weaver. Here's this like web-covered trees. Now, I don't want to open this box, even though it's rare, because it could freeze me. If it freezes me, I'll probably die there, and I don't want to die there. So I just respawn at the waypoint and come back, because this is a video game. But we'll just not. Usually not worth the time lost there. Where's the Weaver going to be? We got beasts in here. Okay. When you get beasts in the Weaver's chambers, it's really awesome. Because I'm not going to kill all these beasts, but I'm going to get Einhar. Man, there's Einhar. We're going to bring Einhar with us to help kill this spider.
We will be best friends, beast.
If we can find it. There we go.
To you.
Okay, there's a blue pack. Spiders. I want to kill those. Good XP. Okay. Uh-oh. Looks like we're fighting a tormented Weaver. Spy's Grip. The Weaver saw that I brought help and summoned help itself. Toxic Rain does a great job though at clearing this room, and having the skitterbots to chill and shock things gives us extra damage. It's good stuff. I tend to try and stay on top of Weaver. I don't want to get far away, because if I'll do it here, you'll get barrels launched at you. Something. Oh, you have some kind of projectile attack. I guess you don't want to do it. You're too fast now. All of a sudden. That's not that web thing. Those hurt. Uh-oh. Alright, exit to character selection. Weaver down. Now, we can get another damage. Oh, and then we're in Act 1 again. Because I forgot to go back to Act 2. A really common thing, since that's all just kind of lines up right there.
What?
Alright, so we sell items, identify all this stuff. Nothing beneficial there. I have an alchemy orb now. Let me just peek here. Maybe I save it for a 4-link, because we're doing fine still. Silk offers us gems. Vicious projectiles. Supported skills deal more chaos damage over time. We're going to take one of those. And that is going to replace our Onslaught for good. We will get Onslaught back with our first Ascendancy. And then we will grab a second one, because that is going to be also be the 4th link for the Toxic Rain. And yeah, there we go. Onward. So we have all the things we need to push through the Vault of Ruins. Got the Spike and the Baleful Gem. And we have the Apex, because we already dealt with the bandits, so we're free to just run to the end of Act 2 now. Ooh, Speed Shrine for the Vault of Ruins. Oh, at the beginning of the Vault of Ruins. At that, like... I need to not fight stuff and use this to its fullest advantage. That way either. Lumen. Yep, looks like it's still going. This way, we should be close to the ball. See an exclamation point on the minimap at any point. Sometime. Find it. There it is. Well, that did fix itself. Imagine that. Okay, we'll grab this waypoint for safety because it disconnected or something. We don't want to have to run back through the Vault of Ruins again, and we probably won't be able to do it that fast a second time.
Looks like this land and I are coming to an understanding.
Big zone. Caustic ground. I opened an unidentified strongbox against my better judgment. Flesh offering. Spell totem. Superior chance to flee. Take the quality gem. Those are useful for GCPs to level in powers on like day 3 of the league. That's something I'm very good about. I pick up every single quality gem, and I will vendor them for GCPs. Like always. I opened another unidentified strongbox. I think that has 6 mods on it. Nope, only. Okay, here we'll take it. Fine, we'll vendor it. If it had 6 mods on it, then we would know that it would vendor for an augmentation orb, which I already don't think I need any more of those. So that's why a lot of times I will never pick up corrupted rare items because they almost always have 6 mods on them. We got 2 levels. Yeah, we'll go ahead and get life first. We're up to 90 on the mana. Okay, 39 should be enough to suffice. And then vitality level is coming, so we should probably not level the clarity either. We're eventually going to replace skitterbots with malevolence because it's damage. Alright, withering step, right click vitality, right click clarity. There. So since I right click those gems now show up here for me to level up if I want to level them up in the future. Bottom of your inventory. And it looks like I need more intelligence to level up Frostlink. That's okay. We're close to more intelligence that we can just grab. Brutal Shrine. Not my favorite. It gives you knockback, but it also gives you extra damage. A little bit. If you want to know exactly what a shrine does, you can hover over the icon. Tell you. Increased damage, stun duration, and knockback. For the longest time, I only thought this gave me knockback. Alright, waypoint. I'm going to grab this movement speed crafting recipe there. Actually a potential use for the augmentation orbs, I believe. Craft movement speed on something. Alright, now we need to find some stairs. Lap traps, worst enemy. Rogue Exile, Ice Nova. I opened another one. Contained items have 2 additional sockets. I think the best that we can do there is 5 sockets at this point. Okay, we got a rare quiver. Just lightning res, that's all we're getting off that. Oh, and it requires level 22. Need a little bit more. And we found the stairs. Alright, ancient pyramid. So now we have to find more stairs. These ones can be anywhere in this room. Just kind of loosely like run through the middle. Just kind of peeking over at the edges. You get close enough, it'll show up on the mini map. There we go. Now the rest of them are just going to be diagonally across in the room. This one's going to be down up over here. It's something that I do a lot when I'm talking about the game. I will use my mouse to indicate things based on my mini-map. A lot. I was indicating that the stairs would be over there on the mini-map. Like this one, it's going to be up here, like on the mini-map. I think this is the final one. This should take us to Ball. Alright. What do we got? Do we got anything we need to clean up in here while we wait? No movement speed on that. Out of wisdom rolls. Organize some stuff here. I can vendor that. tie strats and organize the stuff I want to vendor. On the right side of my inventory, now let's drop some totems. Attack, wither. You wait. Got more totems. Withering step. Withering step. Totems. Withered Step and more totems. I actually was spawning more totems as the number of totems was going down that time. Try and make sure all 3 of them stay placed. Damage feels like it could be better, but we're going to get access to Despair and Malevolence. Actually, I don't think we get Malevolence. I think we have to do the library for Malevolence, maybe. I can't remember. We'll find out, because I'm going to try. But getting Despair will help a lot. Okay, have the stuff. You're a 2-stone. Exit to character selection, or we can portal out there. Either's fine. Sell this stuff.
Spread the word amongst your kind, Nightmare. You're not welcome in my world.
4 more. Lightning damage, life, dex. Let's take 5 of those. Wisdom scrolls. Put this on. That anymore. Don't need this. 2 white. So we just replace this. Alright, and then I'm gonna start using my tab. I'm gonna use Control Shift click, and it'll put things in here. So even though this tab is set as an affinity for currency, because I'm holding Control and Shift and clicking, it's going to go in here. So that is a hotkey command you can use to bypass your affinities on your stash tabs, if you didn't know that. Nice thing to know. Alright, so here's our intelligence if we need it, plus we'll get more damage here. And go. The only thing that would have really helped us do more damage there was more gem levels, and we don't have a bow that has plus socketed gems. So there's no real way to get more damage unless we got a damage over time multiplier roll on a quiver, which is really rare. Quivers are also getting new mods that will be helpful for Toxic Rain and Caustic Arrow as well. Greater Light Flask. Nope. Okay, wait on Clarissa to get up. Her. Good. Onward. 2-stone ring. What kind of 2-stone ring is that? Fire and lightning. What is my fire res? 15. We're gonna have to run across some burning ground here in a minute, so maybe I use the alchemy on that? Did I not pick it up? I guess, okay, I guess not. I guess we're not doing that. We're only level 22 right now, so we have to be level 24 at least to get 4 links from the vendor, so we're not gonna go check right now. There's a martyr ghost. Definitely like killing ghosted rare enemies early on in the league because it's a guaranteed source of rare items. And look at that, a 4-link helmet. Yes, base. So we also have to be thinking here. We're trying to level for 2 builds. We get access to all of our gems to swap into Cold Dot. If we run the library quest here in Act 3. But it's having the currency to purchase the gems, and then having the sockets to swap out of your Cold Dot, and then having the respecs to remove the Chaos Dot and get Cold. So we're not actually going to switch until like Act 7, Act 8 at the earliest. But we need to be planning for it, and having a helmet that has potentially with a chrome 4 blue sockets is pretty massive. So it's worth holding on to, even if I'm not going to use it right now. Please don't tell me that's going to connect. Okay, it's going to go up. And here's the crematorium. Get our next labyrinth trial. Probably over by that on the mini-map. It's one of those at the start of every single one of these Divinity trials. Alright, and then we're gonna make good use of our Frostblink here and try to stay off this burning ground since we don't have enough fire rests to withstand it. Alright, that portal back. Now we find Piety. Yes, and Piety's probably up here. I want to peek this just to make sure. Yep, that's going to be a dead end. Oh. Yep. Just going to circle around. There's magic enemies here. Okay. Really close to another level. On Ghost. Please die. Ooh, okay. Double axe. Not the greatest. Grand mana flask. Upgrade. Clarity's doing okay on supporting my mana. I'm being.
Transmute.
That I want. Alright, Piety, where are you? One of the things that sticks out most on the map because most things are built in these like tiled squares. But this one's a larger thing, so it sticks out on the mini map.
Beatific because you answer to no one. And that's why no one will miss you.
Hey, yeah, I'm trying to push the button to do the curse already. Don't even have it. Another 2 stone. Heidi is also very good at running away from totems. Kind of have to like put her between a wall and your totems, and then she'll just kind of be stuck there. All right. He's out. Grab this bracelet, and then we out. Okay, we'll talk to Moa. Here we get Despair.
General Grip. Be well.
Can't use that till level 24, and I need a blue socket. Okay. Sewer keys. Purchase items. Can I get a Malevolence? Get a Purity of Elements and get Ailment Immunity. So we are going to go do a library to get Malevolence. Got their Lightning Res. Fire Cold Lightning. Yeah, that's an upgrade over this. Yeah, I want to save that. We're not level 24 yet. Well, this level, we're going to go ahead and get the intelligence so I can level the thing up. That we don't need anymore. Purposely holding on to alt. Alright, and then... Alright, let's look for a chest replacement here. I should really wait and try and get a 4-link. Yeah, we'll wait. And I can't that here. I gotta run up this way. I should really go get a steel skin. I like to use steel skin on my left click. It'll give me more survivability, as well as just be an extra source of turning off this Withering Step. Because the cooldown on Steel Skin's like 3 seconds. So I'm not gonna like run down the elusive effect on my Withering Step to turn it off. It'll make sure I have more uptime on my Frostblink. There is the wand. Actually, I already have... I have a usable wand that's gonna need Jeweler's Orbs to give it 3 sockets. Opened another unidentified strongbox. Just a habit. I like strongboxes though. You can prep for the enemies that are gonna come out of them, and you know all the things that it can roll on it. You just gotta not get frozen. Bust. Second bust is right here. The other one should be down here. Magic enemies. Back up. We're not going to turn these in until after we get the next Ascendancy trial. Get the passive point there, and we should be level 24 by then. Can start looking for 4 links. I doubt we'd make it to level 25 by that point. Or into the marketplace. There's a quest item that shows up in here that I have not completed that quest in like 2 or 3 years. It feels like. I always would ignore that. So we'll go from this waypoint, we're going to go into the catacombs, and then we'll get our trial. And hopefully we can find some way of getting the blue socket for our despair, because big damage upgrade. 4-link blue chest. He's just teasing me with these blue links. Technically, right, I could. Well, I gotta be level 25 to use that. A decent chunk of energy shield on there. Nope, silver coins don't exist anymore. Here's their trial. Never. Grab a crafting recipe here. All like crafting recipes, like they're really easy to see when you're actually like going through these areas. And then we'll exit to character select here. I don't remember when the last time I used a portal was. Okay, here we go. Book skill button. 2 skill points. That's gonna go into bow damage. Damage over time with bow skills. The next one will be chaos.multi, skill effect duration, and damage over time with bow skills. That's good stuff there. Alright, level 24. The item levels here, now level 25, so now we're looking for 4 links. We got sockets there. Nothing jumping out yet. So, alright, going to that off and that off.
Bring me back something nicer.
Then at level 25, I could take the Withering Step, move it here, and take these gems I'm just leveling, throw this on, then put into spare. Which still might happen. We'll see. Now onward to the battlefront. Gonna sweep the outside edge of this area, and there's this item. If you do pick this up and it winds up in your inventory, you can't put it in your chest, or you can't like destroy it. The only way to get rid of this is to complete the quest or drop it on the ground somewhere. And the destroy thing, like if you have an item on your cursor, there's a command /destroy that will delete whatever's on your cursor. That's what I tried to do. I actually have that macro, and the only reason I made that macro was to delete useless prophecies when turning in silver coins. It's literally right beside my enter keys, so I could like continuously just like spam my fingers and just continuously create and delete prophecies that I didn't want. And now I can like, I do find use from time to time for having that button that is not related to prophecies, but only the reason that macro exists on my keyboard. Alright, there's our ribbon spool. We'll come back here and take out Aurelianus. It has 4-link boots. Boots are the thing I normally am not looking for the 4-link on because it's normally replacing my movement speed. But my loot filter also tells me when there's 4 links that drop, so. Yep. Scarlet Raiment. This one takes level 28. This one's better. This one has evasion on it at least. Still not ideal because it's going to be hard to get colors I need for my Toxic Rain or Caustic Arrow. Ideally, you want the bow. And then we want to try and get a +1 Socketed Gems bow that can boost the level of our Caustic Arrow. Oh, I died. This is not having fire res. That is why I just died. Because even though it's blue, that's fire damage. And yeah. 28 on the fire res. Kind of an issue, but I still don't have gear worth crafting. Maybe yeah, boots could I could get some fire res on boots. We'll do that once we get out of this zone. Also, Life Flask requires level 30. So our next levels are just pathing nodes. We need 3 passive points to get to the next thing of value. So we're gonna hold off there. Build up the skill points. Let's see if I'm gonna spend time in the docks. It's a great place to level. And my like OCD will probably kick in and I'll use that passive point just because it's there before we get to 3 passives. Alright. And I guess that's not gonna let me go over there, is it? I want to link up there. I don't think it's gonna let me Frostblink. I don't think Frostblink has the range. If I had a blink arrow, I probably could have gotten across that gap. But not this time. Ooh, a Jade Flask. Now that's exciting. Can't use that till level 27 either. Like, I'm a little bit under-leveled, it seems. And if you're a little bit under-leveled, finding the quest item in the docks in the last place is generally a good thing, because then you'll just level up a bit. There's lots of magic enemies in here. At the end of like every single zone, or one of these like dead ends, there's a pack of magic enemies. Good place to farm for 4 links and gear upgrades and all kinds of stuff too. Since I'm here, I'll grab the waypoint. And you can control click an instance to create a new one if you wanted to like farm this zone. Here we go. Almost full cleared the docks. And being cognizant of the fact now that I don't have the fire resistance that I need, I knew running past those dog things. Yep, and there it is. Actually, I did need that point. I was wrong. Let's check here for 4 links. 4 link bow for me? Nope. Nope. 4 link helmet. This is armor evasion base. This will work. Will give me the toxic rain totem 4 link. We'll take this. I had the transmute.
Don't do anything I would.
Alright, I got 6 chromes. Can we make this have 3 greens, 1 red? How is it giving me so many blues? What is that? Okay, we're gonna put despair in this helmet. We're gonna put the toxic rain all in here. Go. Now I have despair. Despair causes enemies to take increased chaos damage, or increased damage from damage over time effects, and lowers enemies' chaos resistance. So like double dipping on how useful that is. Okay.
You looking sharp?
This can go away. Actually want all the other things that are in here. There's something else that I want to do. I'm gonna jump to Act 1 real quick and grab the steel skin. I'm thinking about gems.
What little help I can...
Just cost a wisdom scroll. You get this way earlier on. Throw that in. Make that on my left click. Always attack without moving. Then we'll have an extra buffer damage. Let's go turn these quest items in. And since I only have 500 life, which isn't great, mostly because I have white gear all over the place, more than anything else. But yeah, it gives me an extra 240 damage steel skin can take while it's up. And then, now I can press wither and run, and there it goes, steel skin kicked in, turn the wither off. Giant light flask. That's an upgrade. Alright, this level. Okay, is there a bow mastery that's useful to me? The bottom 2 bow masteries here, chance to gain phasing on kill and increase damage while you're wielding a bow and have a totem, those are going away. So I would honestly take the phasing here, but we're not getting that. We can get area of effect, crit chance, blink and mirror, like none of this stuff is gonna help. So we're gonna go up towards Fangs of the Viper. And that just gives us access to more and more damage stuff. Damage is back to feeling decent as well. Just that little bit of time we spent in the docks, and we probably got a gem level on the Caustic Arrow, and that's like 30% more damage. So pretty nice. Steel Skin now also removes bleeding from you. It does not remove corrupting blood. But like in Act 4, there's a lot of enemies that will cause bleeding. Having Steel Skin will remove the bleed, and you're immune to bleed while it's up. I was a big fan of running Steel Skin before. One, because you don't need armor to make it effective like you do in Molten Shell. And it's just a really solid, just like passive, like extra survivability for you. Something I probably should have been doing on my Galvanic Arrow Storm Rain totem run a couple days ago. Maybe it would have helped me survive Cruel Lab. Ooh, all side area. Monster level 28. Players cannot inflict exposure and enemy fire res. I'm gonna do these until I get a Vol Cold Snap. Because if I was an SSF, like 100%, I would be farming these until I get the Vol Cold Snap, or I find enough Vol Orbs to Vol enough Cold Snaps to give it to me. But the lower level that you can find these Vol side areas, the less potential Vol gems can drop. I don't think that's boss either. This is not the boss I thought. I thought I was gonna get the Cyclone, like, at Zeri Trio. Whirling Full Plate. Full Plate's an all armor base. Not useful. All Ancestral War Chief. And look, this has 6 mods on it. This has 6 mods on it. So both of those are, if I pick them up and took them to vendor, they're gonna give me Orbs of Augmentation. So it's really not worth the space in my inventory. Unless that quiver was going to be an upgrade, but I didn't see resistances on that. It would have been a nice elemental damage quiver. But not useful here. Hey. Rare enemy there. Out. Not pick the silver coins up. Take this. This could actually be an upgrade for us right now. Sure. There's fire res on this. Of all things. Which would be useful for fighting Gravicius, even though there's nothing Gravicius has that I need, so I'm going to skip it. What are we going to need first? We're going to need strength, but we can not level the strength. We're going to need intelligence.
The cockroaches will come again. They want the twist.
So we get life, cold res, and extra intelligence on that.
Goodbye, not a
Now, it's not going to be useful in this build, but I always want to show this off. There's a crafting recipe up in this room up here. Right here, it gives you cold damage stuff. We used to be able to use this map device. Long time ago. That.
You're right.
Then you could come out of your map and drop items on the ground. Also fun times. Let's check here for 4 links. I don't think I've been on the ball enough with this. Here we go. This one costs an alt. But this one can give me all greens pretty easily. There we go. I take that out. Put this on, even though this is a decent chest. Now we can just take any bow, right? No, we still want a 4-link bow. Place that. Send that off. Okay, and then, so vicious projectiles is being leveled. Arrow Nova I'm going to use for now. No, I'm going to use Onslaught for now. Go back to the sewers next. Yep. I'm going to use the Onslaught for now. Just so we can make sure we're safe. Damage for the time being. Because Arrow Nova gives you less damage. There's lots of like bosses and stuff around here. And yeah, we're going to the library. I didn't need to come up here. If you're comfortable enough, you can just go ahead and go straight into lab. I'm probably going to try it, even though I kind of have a bad taste in my mouth just going for a lab. But I also got this jade flask. Transmute. It's so far away. Your belt. An upgrade. Found the waypoint. Library. What's our cold res? 68. Okay, we're still fine. We still didn't go craft that fire res. That's okay as well. We want high cold res coming in here, though. You'll get frozen and dead. I need to level up clarity. I don't have the mana regen anymore from the amulet. And life flat. Giant is our next upgrade. Ooh, we get an essence. Essence could be huge. Ooh, a 34 lit belt. That's 9 more life. Gotta go get this essence. What do we got? Weeping of Woe. Not the best. It's be spell damage on a wand for when we swap. Craft some flat ES on the belt that I just got. That's all dead ends. We have to find Siosa and the waypoint here. Way out of this zone is always past Siosa. So you, like, there's no use exploring the dead ends for the hidden passage until we make it past here. Now we go hunting for the way down. Another Colossal Life Flask. Caustic Arrow's about to get a level. It's going to be a big damage upgrade. Superior. 15% quality. This room. Not gonna be this room either, but big pack in here. Here it is. Loose candle. Into the archives. Gonna find 4 little quest items in here, plus we get another essence. The 8, this is going to give us some extra movement speed and chaos damage. Then we can come over here and get entropy for more damage. Or we can come over here and get more life. I'm going to go get the life because we're pretty low on life where we're at. 2 essences in here. My goodness. We're going to have some chances at a bow. Muttering of Torment. I think this is flat lightning to attacks, or this is the minion one. Yeah, I think it's the lightning. Yeah. Flat lightning to spells. Alright. 1 golden page down. Here, but this is a great place to gain XP too if you're behind in levels. Which I currently am. Level 31 zone. Nice, tightly grouped packs of enemies. Great for Caustic to just kind of burst down packs. Helps if I fire the Caustic Arrow. Oh, and I need to remember, I got a curse. I'm using Weeping Essence of Suffering. That one I cannot peg off the top of my head right now. Usually no. Since I don't use often. Cold damage to spells. Okay. Nothing else up here. There's no point in me killing this. There it goes anyways. On scale boots. Could be an upgrade. Probably not, because there's no blue sockets on that. Ooh, a second scholar card. Can we find a third? I'll take 40 wisdom scrolls. Each one of those cards is effectively like picking up 13 wisdom scrolls. Once you turn them in, of course. There are extra clicks involved, so you're probably not getting exactly the value out of a click of 13 wisdom scrolls, but... Okay, let's grab our stuff here. What do we got? We got one fusing. We got 2 chances. We're gonna take this fusing. I don't know. Do we need a chance? We need alterations. We'll just. We got 2 chances. Talk to Siosa now. Gonna get offered a gem here. Level 31 required for this. Hypothermia is one that we need for later on. Second wind's probably the most useful right now. But what would we use it on? Because it can't work with Frostblink. Supports skills with cooldowns. Nothing I want here. Purchase items, and then we have access to all these gems. This is why I brought the Chance Orbs. Because here we want a slower projectiles or a swift affliction. Both are possible to be a 4th link here. I don't like swift affliction anymore because it has less duration on it. So I'd rather take the slower projectiles, maybe. Something else I'm missing here. What am I missing? Those are gonna help. Spell damage. I mean, I know there's efficacy, but I don't think that was the link that I was missing. Faster projectiles might be a solid choice now. It is Swift Affliction that I want here. Okay, we'll take the Swift Affliction. Need level 31 before I can even use that. Anyways, currently level 28. What other sockets we got? I do want the slower projectiles. That was all of my Chance Orbs, so if I want anything else that costs Chance Orb, I would have to go exchange this fusing for a Chance Orb. And that's a 1-to-1. Like, I could do damage on full life. I know that's a possibility. Something I could be using right now with a red socket. Oh yeah, I remember what I needed. I need Malevolence. Here we go. Cost an alteration. But Vortex costs a Chance Orb. So we're not going to worry about getting these gems currently. We're going to get them in Act 6. But now, Summon Skitterbots goes out, Malevolence goes in, and that is why we stopped leveling the Vitality. Because it costs more. Now, let's do next. Let's just go kill Piety. With the setup we have. We need levels. It'd be better to have a 4-link setup going into the lab. And I'm not fighting Gravicius. He'd give me access to a select few of the gems that cost chance orbs that we just unlocked by going to the library instead. And he also takes forever to kill. And once we get this lab done, we're going to start flying. Because Raider is amazing. Now I'm going to take this life and energy shield on kill. Or I take the dex. Like, I want Blood Drinker. But I also want to push up to here. This will give me mana regeneration rate. Just like our goal is to get to atrophy. We're on a travel up. So I'm gonna go ahead and take that one. All right, Lunar's Temple level 1. Is anything like previous leagues like? And straight up, I could do this right now. Even I could respawn this zone and like farm for essences that'll be like right here in the beginning of this room. Could farm expeditions like that. They always spawned right at the beginning. I need to turn, yeah, I gotta turn the vitality off. We're about to get a level on clarity. Just don't have the mana sustain right now with Caustic Arrow on a 4-link. And I ditched the mana flask, which is maybe the bad idea. We can replace, we can go back to using a mana flask. Go up these stairs here. Bull's normally gonna get triggered and run down like he did down here. Since we ran around up the stairs, he's never gonna get us. It's normally just not worth trying to fight him, because most characters at this point don't have strong physical damage reduction, especially a ranger. So he can like one hit send us all the way back down here. We don't want that. And if to do that, if you didn't know, you can use your arrow keys on your keyboard to move your minimap, and then the button you use to open your minimap will recenter you. Like so. He's just throwing like random tidbits of advice out there in the middle of a video. But if you enjoy those random tidbits of advice, you know what you should do? You should hit the like button on the video. I'd really appreciate it. Help me a lot, actually. Alright, we found stairs. More like a ramp than stairs. And we still haven't fixed our fire res. And the tentacle miscreations do like 50% fire resistance. Or 50% of their damage is fire, I believe. Physical and fire damage off these. And it didn't look like I was taking damage there because I wasn't, because Steel Skin just ate it all. This is looking like a big dead end. So the next way up's going to be over there somewhere. This is going to be a way down, probably. Are these stairs? Yes, they are stairs. Not a ramp. Well, I guess stairs are a ramp. Would you classify stairs as a ramp? This right now is why I wish I could stream, because then we could solve this right here, right now. But not this time. Got this guy. My damage is looking pretty solid, honestly. One cart. Decide with one cart is the correct way to go. This one. Two. No, just from that, we go this way. That has never changed since the very, like, introduction of Lunar's Temple. That was in, like, 2013. I'm not going to open that one. This zone's too big for me to die to that strongbox. Okay, here's a mana flask. Yeah, we're about level 30. We'll be able to upgrade flasks. We might need to pop to town to refill them before Piety.
You've given me so much. What can I do for
And
you,
then
Lady?
I will drop a Quicksilver flask, I guess, here. I don't think I'm comfortable enough with this low life. Dropping the, Okay, we'll grab this life here. Chance to suppress spell damage. And the reason we don't have life is that we just don't have life on our gear. I've gotten life on the tree. I got life here. Got life here. I got life here. I'm gonna get life here. Not like I'm not getting life. I just also happen to get some damage. Alright, let's how many transmutes I got 3. That's not a lot of transmutes.
Might.
Maybe I need to start vendoring unidentified stuff again, though I do want alterations because I can alt roll +1 gems. Okay, but let's transmute this. Chance to avoid being frozen during flask effect. Which one's higher level? This one came from the den, so that's the one I'm going to use. That. Nope, that's not helpful. Cast speed is not helpful. Reshocking Night Chance. Gain 3 charges when you're hit by an enemy. That's useful. This is actually my go-to Quicksilver Flask, even in-game. I want gain 3 charges, or gain charges when you're hit by an enemy, and reduced effective curses on my Quicksilver Flask. That's my go-to. Alright, we'll throw that in, throw the Mana Flask in, and then we'll transmute both of these. Okay, Seething Colossal Flask with quality. And then a bubbling. Okay, I guess these aren't... Okay, that one is seething, technically. Ebullient. It's just a different level of the bubbling flask. Alright, so flasks are okay.
Good luck.
We can dump stuff back in our stash. I normally would just store some of these for leveling your characters. Store the essences for now. Hold on to that. These. Okay. Back to Piety.
I have pursued a greater existence for us. What have you ever done but serve yourself?
Alright. And then now I'm going to Withering Step and Curse immediately after it and use the Curse. Oh, no. I don't have Fire Res. No. I can use the Curse to turn off the cooldown or like start the cooldown on the Withering Step. That's honestly how I play this quite a bit. And then once I have the opportunity for additional curses and stuff, you can use Bane to apply both curses at once if you want to self-cast them. Okay.
Damn you!
But I'll go back here and grab this crafting recipe.
Your death.
Go get passive point from here.
You tread
Yep.
carefully.
Check this stuff. See. This
What's
helmet's
that?
white, isn't it? Yeah, okay, this is a 4-link helmet. You need to use an essence on a helmet. Other armor. Chance to avoid being frozen. That's solid. Chance to avoid being shocked or flat energy shield. We're gonna do the chance to avoid being frozen. There, look at that. Fire res. Magic. What else we got? That is unfortunate that rolled something. These gloves are item level 5. They're definitely not worth doing anything to. I don't have transmutes to upgrade distances any further, which I probably should get before we do anything else. Okay, gonna grab this node, come get Blood Drinker, go back to the Imperial Gardens and go get the trial that's here. Not done that yet. Probably take us back to the library entrance, and then easiest way to find the trial is to go this direction from the library entrance. It's normally how I get to the trial. Do save to run through here? Nope. Crafting recipe. Pretty sure that's accuracy or something that's not necessary. We'll exit the character selection here. It's back faster to a waypoint. We're gonna go back to Act 1. Prison, and we still have to go get this trial. Maybe this time it'll be up in this direction like it's normally is. A little bit faster than we would have been when we came here earlier. That, pop back here. I like to open these chests and bone piles and stuff while waiting. Ideally, I would have not gotten hit by that. Stand in there. The whole point of me going in there was to not. Oh. We'll take the chrome item. And we're exit character selection. Now we're back in the Sarn encampment. Vendor this. Can't talk to Navali because she's not going to be there. I would have normally talked to Navali and sold it to Navali, but that sucks. Alright, now we got this waypoint. Next. Let's just push towards, like, up the tower here. It's gonna be up here. Hopefully it's up here. We're looking for wagons on the ground. And it's not looking like they're gonna be up in this direction. Oh, you go down this way. Here's a wagon. Hey, there's a transmute. Okay. We'll still do this before a lab. Try to get closer to level 31. But yeah, I'm capped on strength now. I can't level my steel skin any further, but that's okay. I'm alright with that. The same happens with my Enduring Cry as well. Eventually we'll get the strength. We'll get it on the tree and on gear. Min-max in life and stuff later on.
Why do we insist on building mountains?
Alright. We need 2 stairs and then find a waypoint. Then if I find another like rare item or something, then I get 2 possibilities of crafting resistances on something. Where's my vitality looking like? 30. It leaves me with 32. Lost 14. I don't know that that's there. Another essence though. Yeah, we'll just turn that off. Don't want to run out of mana. Weeping Essence of Suffering. This is what we just used on the helmet. It said other armor, did it not? So, belt is chance. Avoid being frozen. Still on a white belt. Yeah, let's slap this on the belt. 39% chance to avoid being frozen. 42%. That gets me to like 81. With this flask up, I cannot be frozen. Alright, that was stair 1. This is stairs 2. Here's a waypoint in one of the corners. I need to find it. G-Dub 773. Solo Delve 9400. And SSF Standard. He made the video. Alright, here's the waypoint. Did not find any rare items, but I got a transmute. So we can crafting bench, quiver. And I would actually have access to this fire craft. Might not have another suffix mod? I thought I had for sure had something. Boots can do it. Belt can do it. Have anything that's worth keeping around? No. Belt's probably the best thing that I got at the moment. So, do fire res here. Transmute. What are we looking like? 64, 68, 75. That's fine. Let's go do lab. This is lining up really nicely because level 31, I can put in the other gym to replace the Onslaught, and when I complete this, I get permanent Onslaught, so I don't need the Onslaught gym anyways. So, works out fantastic with where I'm at the moment. Armors. Augment can stay back there. Glass blowers. Those are nice to have. Okie dokie. Spirant's Trial. Let's get one shot by a sword slash. See? What you got? Nope, you got a two-handed mace. I think he could even hit me and I'll be fine. Alright, drop those. We're gonna Caustic Arrow. We're gonna Withering Step and then Curse. Then Withering Step and then Curse. And then drop more totems. Caustic Arrow, Withering Step, Curse. Using Withering Step is scary in this fight because you turn off your movement skill. We kept him alive. That's fine. We dropped one of them. We're not getting a treasure key from that, but okay. It is because Withering Step is such a useful... Oh, we should do this. This is really easy. Labyrinth Trove anyways. Just click all of them in a circle. Ta-da! What's in here? Red orb. Currency. Wouldn't have done anything longer than that one, probably, but since it was a simple puzzle. I don't know if in normal lab, you can really get too much out of the labyrinth troves. I know later on you can get like big stacks of whetstones and quality currency. You can get lots of quality gems. You can get 6 sacrifice fragments. You can get uniques and stuff out of things like that. Or maybe I'm thinking of the silver chests, even. Unidentified unique strongbox. Thing is, this is the barrel, and I know it's going to give me a poison unique that I would just vendor, and I don't want to waste the time in here to open that. Same as I don't want to go down that gauntlet thing. Alright, gems leveled. Toxic Rain leveled. I get a level. Get some life. And then we can throw in Swift Affliction, Onslaught, have some more damage on the Caustic arrow. It's 1029. What was it? 820. Drop these, hit this, hit this, hit this. And then spam the wither button until it goes off again. And then first, and then totems. Let's try to keep all the damage up at all times. And the wither stacks are actually like insane for getting extra damage output, so definitely worth. Alright, part 3. We normally gotta go through some fire right here. Pretty standard in labs nowadays. And that's why we went ahead and got the fire reds. I don't have an Enduring Cry to deal with this when I run out of flasks. And that's only because I don't have an extra red socket. Or else I would have gotten that when we did the library. Alright, what do we got here? What are we looking at? Alright, 2 ways. And this one has 2 ways. One will take us to the final trial. Probably could have just went up and then ran across this that way. Flask. Sucks when you're on cooldown, you can't get off a ledge. You don't have that issue with Flame Dash, but also don't get Flame Dash as a raider. You also don't have that issue with Blink Arrow. And actually, one of the new bow ascendancy things is I think they're increasing the Blink and Mirror Arrow cooldown to 100%. Cooldown, so it'll be better. Or a Blink Arrow. Blink Arrow's not instant though. This is the only instant movement skill. Like if you've ever been playing with Flame Dash, and then you get hit with something at the start of where your movement was, and even though visually you moved positions, you still technically got hit where you came from. That does not happen with Frostblink because it's an instant teleport. Alright, there we go. Chest. How many keys we get? Just the one? That stuff. Don't need this. Okay, now we ascend. We become Raider. I don't know what that says. For some reason the word just got mushed. Alright, so we're going to take Rapid Assault. This gives us Onslaught. We get increased Onslaught effect. But this is going to increase our movement speed all over the place, even in towns. So now we actually no longer need this Onslaught gem, because we permanently have the Onslaught. Alright, go here. Let's identify all this stuff. Check the boots. No movement speed. Check these gloves. Cold and lightning res. Armor as well. That's all damage to attacks. Okay. These are solid. Worth hanging on to for the time being. They also give strength. Add that to there. Dump more of this stuff. Oh, I got 2 transmutes in there. Nice. I think I might have, like, put them in there and then immediately took them out. Just then. Alright, now we go back to the Scepter of God. Now, when you're coming back to this, you gotta pay attention to whether you're going up or down when you find the door. This is down. It would say the upper Scepter of God instead of stairs. It's a really easy mistake to make. This one, upper Scepter of God. I guess the model of the stairs looks different too, but still, it's a door. On your minimap is an orange icon. It's real easy to do. Let's see if I can get away with the vitality now. I like having the bit of life regen. Right, stairs. We need one more stairs before we get to the end. What a dead end of a room. Great thing about Caustic Arrow as well. Proximity shields. It does not matter. That enemy's gonna die because it creates a ground effect. Vortex does that, Cold Snap does that, Creeping Frost does that. Good stuff. Alright, level. Where are we at? Life, and recover 2% of life on kill. It's actually pretty solid amount of life recovery on kill. Okay, our rooftop. Oh, we just missed the Caustic Arrow level. Maybe we'll get it here, fighting these enemies before Dominus.
Attempt to try the will of man.
And we've caught up in levels, pretty much. Level 32 and 33 zone now. And like I'm already back to the point where I know what's going on. Like I'm just like doing the wither first thing all the time. Constantly like spamming down skills, reapplying totems. I've played this build enough that I really don't need to like look at all this stuff as much. I don't have the mana regen still. There's my Caustic Arrow level. So I'm probably gonna have more of an issue with the cost of Caustic Arrow. Let's turn off the vitality again. No! Part of the issues of using Wither as well. Captain Lightning Res too, that doesn't hurt. Hardly at all.
This world is an illusion, Exile.
Shocked ground. He only leaves that shocked ground when he teleports, though. Not too big of a threat in this fight. Now, his bleed that he applies on his swipe, or whatever he does, he applies 2 corrupting blood stacks to you. Do I have a bleed remove? How did those go away? I didn't use steel skin. Yeah, this time they stayed. I don't know how they went away.
Some of us don't. Try not to.
Because I know steel skin doesn't take corrupting blood away. It's not bleeding.
Don't die, please.
Okay, onward we go. And now I think it's time. We just got a level. I'm gonna swap out Swift Affliction for some Arrow Nova. Not everybody likes this playstyle on Caustic Arrow, but I prefer it especially once I start getting moving faster and things. I can fire, walk into enemies, and then blink out. Or fire and then wither into them as the Caustic Arrow hits, and then I get a lot more clear coverage. It's just I gotta gym swap for bosses. Or rely more on the totems, but still. That enemy damage was fine. If I could get a +1 bow, that'd be pretty fantastic. Still using a white bow with a 1.3 base attack speed, which is pretty awful. These are good though. We got Malevolence going, we've got Curses, and I can't be frozen. A strange way to have built freeze immunity, but it works.
Transmute.
Alright, into the dried lake. Find Vol. And oh, we need to dump stuff first. Where are we at on things? I could probably use a couple more transmutes. Gotta check the wand. Fire damage, lightning spells. Alright, we'll take the transmute. We'll go back to identifying stuff because I want... Like, I could alt spam +1 on the bow. But I also haven't been checking vendors for a 4-link bow. I was kind of been hoping to find one. I got a 4-link already.
Transmute.
Okay, there's another transmute. Ooh. Beasts. Pretty sure that one would give me a unique helmet if I killed it. And then I'd have to go to the menagerie and kill it again, and I'd have to find enough yellow beasts. I prefer to just wait till I get to maps and to mess with. Alright, drop the totems. Caustic Arrow, Withering Step, and the Curse. We kind of just wait for him to die. Up, Arrow Nova. Okay, go. We'll exit the character select. Normally faster to portal if you're trying to go to the waypoint, but we're not trying to go to the waypoint here. Identify those.
I'm watching you.
Alright, level goes. I can take the 6% life, but I want the mana regen, so I can turn my vitality back on. And now is really the point where like the loot filter comes into play, because almost in every case when I'm using Arrow Nova, stuff is dying behind me, dying off screen. What was that? Volatile power. 1/9 of a 20 quality ball gem. Right, yep. And there's another Vol side. I was about to say, like, we've only seen one Vol side area this entire run. Agate? I think Agate's solid. Yeah, that's the strength and hint one. Let's use an alch on that. Life, mana regen, int. What resist am I losing? Cold res. Not getting it back either, but I'm getting life. And mana regen. Now I can definitely turn that back on. Because that mana regen, I'm gonna not level up that sealskin. In case I have to take that off. I didn't look what mods were on this. Let's check. Boss damage. Okay.
Transmute.
Transmute. You need to be picking those up. That was a solid alchemy. Arena plate. I need to get this chest replaced. I do have a scouring, actually.
Transmute.
I could scour it and then use an essence or the other alch on the chest. Like, I've got to be able to find another 4-link, though. They're dropping all over the place. My loot filter's constantly telling me 4-link.
Chromatic.
Alright, what's the boss we get out of here? Okay.
Transmute.
All blade vortex. Still not what we're looking for. A solid Vol skill, though. That's for sure. I think it was in the Atlas Invasion event I played Poison Blade Vortex on a Trickster. That was a lot of fun. And Vol Blade Vortex is insane. Actually very strong. Especially when you're stacking poisons, it's just like duplicating the amount of poisons you're inflicting at a time. Alright, next level. More damage, more intelligence. Probably can get rid of this now. So we have another point.
Feels like something stirring in its sleep.
Do I want to keep going up? Get growth and decay? Probably. There's more life up there too. Ice Nova. Gotta run from that one. 18% quality. And a flask. Ooh, a ghost. Been there for too long. I didn't hear it. Yep. Keep going up toward growth and decay. Get written in blood, which gives us 10 strength, which will be vital at some point. And then continue up towards atrophy. Then after that, we really can start working on the defenses of the build, because we'll have like all of the chaos dot that we can get easily. I would be willing to bet that if I run back over here, I'm gonna find Gala, Spirit here. Oh, I was wrong. I would have lost that bet. I'm not speedrunner. Maybe they know how to pick apart this layout. Who knows? Alchemy though. Also, don't need to kill him. Deshret, not Diala.
From one fighting woman to another, Dishrit.
I still have it in my head, wondering if stairs or ramps. It's still there. Alright, crystal veins. The crafting recipe here will give us the next level of resistance crafts. The ones that cost 1 alchemy orb. That's something to think about. 21 to 28 roll on resistances that we can craft. And we need to start thinking about how we're gonna get resist capped for Act 6. We just need to start using some essences on some things. But I also really want a better bow. Higher attack speed bow would increase the damage of the toxic rain totems by a lot. Better attack speed. We're in the range of grove bows as well. We're not going to start getting 6 sockets to like force link something until later on. Crafting recipe. Inventory looking fine still. Right. On to the rest of the stream. If you feel the need to farm levels and experience before moving on to Malachi, Piety, whatever, this is the zone I recommend to do it in. Especially with this Arrow Nova Caustic Arrow. Your clear through here is really good, especially once you start like get a level or 2 on Caustic Arrow, and you're just gonna be annihilating this stuff, and get full coverage of this. Could have gone down there. I got a level on Toxic Rain there. What else do we get? Just projectiles and malevolence. Still, it's more damage. In the Gauntlet events, I'm always farming in here. Because with extra mods, Piety in Act 4 is a serious pain to deal with. So you gotta be ready for that one. And we're a raider, so we're kind of quick already because of the permanent onslaught. It's really that good. Old amulet. Need those. Actually, I should take these. Because I need to start farming for alts. Alright, so this level, do we want to take called entropy, I think? This is increased damage over time, but yeah, I think we decided we're going up. We can get damage over time multiplier right here. We won't have to respec those either for the cold dot conversion. I normally don't like... It's inefficient time-wise to kill anything in this zone. You just run. You get, like, coverage like this. Why would you not kill that stuff? Okay. Let's just go ahead and stop right here real quick. Where's our Swift Affliction? Swap that in for Arrow Nova. Because boss time. We'll take the extra damage, of course. If I can grab that. Oh, just you're still alive. I'm also technically still on a 3-link for the Toxic Rain.
Swords is nothing if he cannot defend his crown.
I really should have been looking for 4 links like at every level. Gotten this solved. But at the same time, like the only things in the game totems can fire at while it's in an invulnerability phase.
Was for yourself.
Okay. Alright, character select. Put me slightly close to the vendor. I'll save fractions of a second.
Dash.
That I will then waste looking at weapons that couldn't possibly go on my character. Yeah, stop, Molt. Dagger.
You will be remembered.
Okay. Add to our collection of that. I guess these can go in. Not gonna be anytime soon, though. I could be leveling that one. Yeah.
What is it?
Royal bow. Death bows are slow. This is what I want. I want a grove bow. Let's take the grove bow. I didn't see what that cost.
You will be remembered.
Hopefully it was in here. I have blacksmiths. I got 2. I used 3.
Take care. What is it, Exile?
See if I can fix this. How much does this cost? 3 armor
Go, you
scraps.
are needed.
We will put those into here and there. I bought that and I used 3. Yep. And then I get 3 chances to Jeweler's Orb this. Okay. Still no bow. A passive point here, and yeah, there's a Caustic arrow level.
I am your part. You shall be rewarded.
Passive point. Damage time. Here. Go into Dream. We need to swap the Arrow Nova back in. Especially since this area is so open.
That I know.
Yeah, we are in Act 4 using a white bow. You know what? I could have put that bow on and it would have given me an additional bit of attack speed. And now it doesn't have enough sockets to fix my... Well, I guess these are all leveling gems. I could get that. Large strongbox. What you got? Chrome. I wonder how much it's still snowing outside. It is. It's already snowed like 2 inches about by the time I'd started this. The road was all covered, and my parents and my little brother and sister, they dipped and went to Ohio for grandma's birthday. They were going to be out of school and stuff. I obviously couldn't go to that because I got PoE League start to do. And I got this video to record to show you guys how to do this. We're still a ways out from Cold Dot. This is a lot of this leveling is just Caustic Arrow, Toxic Rain, bread and butter. But the transition is a big step. It all happens kind of at once. Ooh, and I forgot to mention too when I did the lab, you could stop in SSF like and straight up just farm for the weapon in lab. I think it's called Spine of the First Claimant is what it's called. It can drop out of chests in the normal lab. If you do like full key runs in normal lab, I farmed 3 of them in a gauntlet in like Expedition League or something. On average, it's like 90 chest openings to drop that weapon, and I used that weapon leveling all the way to level 100, getting a last league Scourge. It's actually still on my character. Never upgraded to a +1 with decent cold dot multi and spell damage. And like straight up, let's say we're 2.5 hours into the league. Those weapons are already dropping below 5 chaos. It's also not usable right now, so like I like to wait right until I can get one that's rolled well, because they'll be all listed for 1 chaos by the time I get to maps that I'm actually transitioning to the cold dot build anyways. So save it, wait for a well rolled final first claimant, because there's like 10 cold dot multi roll on there, and I think it might be like 40 to 60 cold damage on it as well. There's a decent range of rolls on it, but it also is farmable. And what better to farm it on than a Caustic Arrow Raider that move? You can farm lab pretty quickly, just the normal lab. I think last time I did it, I like went back after Cruel Lab, and then I got the additional like onslaught effect for even more speed. But that's also not the route we're gonna go. And oh no. Ah. Gem swaps. Like we could technically swap now, probably. No, we don't have the currency to file the gems. I don't think still. So we probably won't be able to do that right now. But we do have some solid like gem links. Or like, we got 2 pieces of gear that have the colors that we need, but we don't have the passive respecs to change into cold dot right now. You get a lot of passive respecs, like the hybrid ones, leveling through the second half of the story. But we should pretty much have enough to be able to do it whenever we're ready. Alright. Transmute. It's so far back there, though. They're not even dropping in stacks of 3 yet. Valley of Beast level 2. Right, Heidi. Gym level here. I do sometimes go for the top of this. This 0.8% life regen for 1 point's really solid. And you can notice I didn't swap back to my arrow over here because this like zone is very linear. So it's technically better just to keep going with the standard Caustic arrow. And a lot of people actually prefer to play this way. They don't like the Arrow Nova. Weeping Essence up here. This is probably the minion one. Not worth me grabbing here, probably. Yep. People who play minion builds do actually use those essences, though. They do get purchased. Not that I'd ever recommend selling essences below Deafening. I've only ever sold like Deafening essences, the fully upgraded ones. Probably gotten a level 2 since I've last looked, checked for bow. Really need to get on that. So I guess like what I'm really getting at is I could be doing more damage with the right stuff.
You see what happens when you hunt dreams.
I'm actually like having no issue at all. And I mentioned earlier as well that enemies like in the belly of the beast here in Act 4, a lot of them will inflict bleed on you. Not been an issue for me at all, as I'm running Steel Skin. I didn't have to craft a bleed flask to like comfortably run through here. Just have to be on the lookout for corrupting blood, of course.
You just earned yourself some bigger prey, Huntress. It was
Alrighty, harvest time. Don't believe that there are any gems that we need to grab here. Just gotta send it. Still on Swift Affliction? Yep. Good. Yeah, I got bled there. I was bleeding. And then the Steel Skin stepped in and stopped it for me.
Section time. Art in motion. For the greatest form.
Okay. Portal here, because it's faster to go back to the waypoint.
your kind leave nothing but scars, Melagaro.
Than it was to be like running that distance there. Ooh. Ooh. Well, that solves the problem.
I shall preserve them for eternity.
I love that binding words can drop now.
Beauty shall prevail.
It's so fantastic to get those early on.
Give in to grace. We destroy
I guess
so much
technically,
beauty in our
here, I'm
pursuit
just
of
gonna do the
beauty.
portal thing again. Technically, there's a bestiary recipe. Caustic Sandspitter and Caustic Shield Crab. If you get both of those, you can get 2 orbs of binding there. So paying attention to the beasts that you're finding along the way could give that to you. Alright, here's our Grove Bow. We're binding it. Now it's 4-linked. Increase projectile speed and cold res. Alright. So what this does here for us is actually lets us link vicious projectiles with the Toxic Rain. So we're giving Toxic Rain more damage. We're getting a higher rate of attacks. Open prefix here. Don't know that there's anything I can actually craft. I could go look, but the thing is, like, I see all my crafts, so I'm just not going to craft anything on a prefix there. At some point, I think I could craft, like, percent chaos damage. Maybe. No, those don't exist. And I still want... Reminder that I have them.
Yes. May fear guide
Alright,
you.
let's go get Toadray. And let's put these back. And let me reorganize this. I want to put Swift Affliction up here so then I can easily gem swap. I try and keep them close together. Let's go back through the pool. Oh, big upgrade.
Portal.
Another level. That's going to be a bigger dot multi and 1% life regen. Alright, we're not going to curse. Could curse anyways, but... don't want to die. Ah, I cursed. Let's have it. It's part of the process of the withering step. Malachi.
I admire this moment, Ranger. You and I will create the most beautiful
Lightning.
nightmares together.
With life, I could craft movement speed on that.
Concern of nature, isn't it? Not anymore.
Oh yeah. Damage is looking spicy. Toxic Rain firing faster just means more pods, means more damage over time. Uh-oh, don't get hit by that. Use your totems to pop these runes. You don't have to walk over them.
Let us see if you truly understand.
Spell totems are better because you have range. You can spell totem farther away. These, they kind of hurt when you walk on them. Right? Your totems can just tank that easily.
You are being selfish. Accept the gift of immortality.
Eh? Much better when he stays still.
Why are you so in love with death?
I think they weakened the slow effect on Toxic Rain a patch or two ago as well.
Selfish.
Not as easy for them to like trap an enemy. Stuff. Hey.
You were going to put to death the world that I love. Do you really?
A predator.
May fear
Hang on
guide
to
you.
these just in case. Purchase items. Can we just buy the gem? I can't buy Bone Chill either? Okay, well,
Until next time.
that, like, after Piety here in Act 4 is where you would be able to get the Mark on Hit gem. Can't get it here either. Okay,
They
don't need a golem.
go where you are needed.
Onward to Act 5. Oh, and we need this to happen. Ooh. Let's swap Despair and Clarity. Clarity's not going to be affected by Swift Affliction.
Portal.
Hey, there's a fusing. I'm very happy I got this bow. Everything is just feeling way better. It's just what attack speed can do. I mean, that's a ghost. A ghost on a rare enemy.
Transmute.
What is this looking like again? We're just under on fire. But we're still like 30 under across the board. To get into Act 6. We're gonna have to do something. Gloves. Gloves should be very easy to upgrade. But I also don't really want to farm here in Act 5.
Chromatic.
Get on that rear. Get on the rear! You, there! There we go. Probably not the way, or maybe it is. It's going somewhere. We'll take it. Another ghost? Oh, you're trapped, buddy. Gotcha. Back, gotta grab them. I probably need to be down. No, maybe? No.
Boiling.
Bone bow. For 1.4 base. Hollowed life class 42, and we're 39. Keep going up.
In fact,
Okay, what do we got here? Cold lightning and tiny bit of life. Fire, cold, strength, and lightning. So I take this off. We need fire, cold most. Fire, cold. Ah! I mean, it's better than it was. It's more evened out, but eh.
greetings.
No. I don't want to try and roll on the base. But I'd give it the transmute to see if it hit the +1.
Remember, we
Alright,
do this
control
for food.
shift. I need to like put them there. Just real quick. Gloves. What gloves you got? Got red, blue, but I got, okay, so blue, green. I don't like any of those. We'll check again. Control blocks. We need the miasm meter here, and we need to get out. Do some nifty blinking up and down these ledges. Look for these little cracks right here. Oh, this one, I mean, this one's got stairs. We're checking along this gate right here, right? Looking for some kind of gap in here, like this, and then we can dash, flame dash, blink. Can't shield charge up that. That would just be crazy. Okay, cool down. There we go.
Transmute.
This again. Way back here. We need to go down this way. There should be another one of these passages. Yep. There's a way down. No way up. Loop around somehow. Right here. Boss here. Totems. You only really need the gem swap for tougher bosses. Raven Mask, we'll check that. Especially now that we got the Toxic Rain 4-linked, that is helping a lot more with the boss damage for sure.
Armors.
Rip the armor scrap. I told you though, like since we got that lab, the speed has picked up quite a bit. Having that permanent onslaught. Probably just go straight into the Innocence fight. Blacksmith, armors. Sacred Mana Flask. We get 42 yet? No, we're still 39. I really probably should farm in the Chamber of Innocence. But we'll see how things are going once we get there. Waypoint. Hey, soul fight. Except I'm capped on soul fight. How did I get capped on soul fight? I wasn't capped on soul fight when I did this yesterday. Wintertide brand one. I guess it merges your soul fight when your leagues merge. There's always a magic pack down here in between these. What you call these. Also never noticed like this. Why is this chair backwards? This is a timeout corner? Okay. I'm not gonna ask questions. Probably should have dropped the totems there. Oh, look at this. Jim's coming to level. So we're getting increased damage on the Caustic arrow.
Armors.
Okay. At here. To Chamber of Essence. Alright. Level. Wrap around. Get written in blood. Oh, I didn't know this was off. Okay. Turn Vitality back on. Oh yeah, I just moved it. That's why. This is a great place to farm, though. If you want to get levels, you could easily farm to like 57 in like... I meant 47. You can farm to level 47 really fast here, because every single one of these raised platforms has magic pack. Guaranteed. Every single one. So up here, these ones are not magic packs. No, there's a lot of enemies, but there it is. There's the magic pack. So you just like chain the magic packs and you get another gym level and you just obliterate this stuff. Compound bow. +1? Nope. I would gladly take... I'd take the loss in attack speed probably for the +1 bow gems. Assuming I could get it linked, of course. Where's the ghost? Oh, that's a speedy one. Didn't stand a chance, though. Hunter Hood. A good base. This level. Corrupted Bloodline. I didn't know that about Corrupting Blood. I mean, I probably did know, but I haven't thought about it in a long time. Corrupting Blood stacks refresh the charges of all the stacks. They don't trickle off if you gain them slowly like I just did there. There's a crafting recipe somewhere in here. Your next tier of movement speed, I think. Right outside this boss room is also like 4 magic packs. Kind of all over the place. Really easy, just portal here, go back to town, and loop back in here. Alright, passive, life. Gem swapped for this. Try and keep this guy still so he stays in the toxic rain. Oh yeah, look at that damage though. Like, easy. And toxic rain just leveled, by the way. Right. I mean, it's not unheard of it either to just like keep running with the Caustic Arrow. Caustic Arrow, you're not gonna do good boss damage without a level 4 in power. I'll just tell you that straight out. It's great for clearing maps and stuff, but the boss damage, you have to very heavily invest to make boss damage on Caustic Arrow worth it. Actually, the first character I ever leveled to 100 in SSF. It's Caustic. And I wasn't even using Toxic Rain totems. I was using Wither totems instead of Withering Step back then. But I did get lucky and get the level 4 in power in SSF. That was awesome. Alright, quiver. And another bow. So let's check the quiver. Oh, there's life. Oh, there's a lightning res. That's space for better lightning res. Extra life gain on kill. Technically, this is better after craft. Bow does not have +1. Okay. I guess now we'll go back to town. You can still farm this zone after you kill, in a sense. Town. I think probably in my best interest, we just keep going. Alright, so here, I dropped a Jade Flask. I'd probably take a Jade Flask here as a raider. But since we don't need that, we're gonna take the granite. And then these rewards, these threshold jewels are not gonna be here in 3.17. You're gonna get a rare Crimson, Iridian, or Cobalt jewel of your choosing, which is awesome. So I'll definitely be taking a Cobalt jewel, of course, but for now, those do nothing. Valenta will give us acid point that I can't fit.
Now, where was I?
Okay. Life.
Freedom comes.
Now let's sell all of this stuff. I want to keep that hunter hood.
For freedom.
Let's just take a peek. I got 3 of these. 1, 2, 3. Boom. Old lightning. Craftable life. So we definitely are going to need to craft fire. Also, I go talk to Bannon, or his name is, so he can come sell me stuff.
What in damnation?
Okay. You have to talk to him before he will show up in town. And since the guy that was right here left, nobody sell armor anymore. Okay. What do we got for gloves? This one, okay, it's not. Can you give me a good pair of gloves, please? Hey, not this time. We are gonna swap this in. And let's just evaluate. Yeah, we're big under on fire, but we're closer on the cold and lightning. So we'll craft fire res on this. And I'll use the alk. Got this from Act 4. Okay, so we're in the 80s now. Now, Hero Nova, Slower Proj. Can move Withering Step. Clarity. Back, so we're down to red and blue. So we can render. Oh, we're losing our freeze immunity. Granite Flask. Anything useful. Restoration, I don't want that. Increased evasion rating. Reduced effect. Restoration. Chance to avoid being shocked. Or just chance to avoid being stunned. There we go. I like to see that. Anything else we need to do? I don't think so. carry on. You throw the Arrow Nova back in. That. Okay. I don't want Restoration on my Withering Step. I don't want, no, more than that. I don't want increased mana cost on my Withering Step. Come on, let me through. Okay, we can kill Kato. Stone Ring. That's probably what I do. If we haven't found stuff by the time we are getting into Act 6, I will try and use some of the lesser essences on some 2 stone rings from a vendor, I guess. But fire res becomes an issue very early in Act 6. We're getting real close to that. Creeping Essence of Rage? Probably Strength. Actually converts. Strength one. A solid choice for a ring, especially since this one has strength on it. I have enough transmutes now for a bunch of resist crafts if there's space. There is space on that. And there's space on both my rings. So I think we might be okay. I think we're good, actually. As long as we get the fire, I think we're fine. Hey, ossuary. Then we will grab... we need to summon Kitava. How many portals I got? 10? I don't like to overpick up portals, especially early on, knowing that now portals drop in stacks later on. Like starting at level 45 areas. There's a Vol Orb. We'll get to check on a Cold Snap. See if it hits. Ball Cold Snap is huge. Okie dokie. Standard stuff here. Gonna come across here. We're gonna drop a portal that we're gonna come back to after we loop around the repository. So we can finish out the last quest here and then go straight up into fighting Kitava. Drop that there. Portal's just dropping too far behind me.
Transmute.
Transmute gets left behind too. Ooh, a Delirium. I'll bite on that. Weapons. Okay. Just extra monsters helping me level a little bit since I'm still kind of underleveled. Not badly underleveled. Okay, there's one of the pieces. Clarity leveled. We're sitting at 56. I'm just gonna drop like 40 something if I level that. Doesn't look like I'm having issues with mana at the moment. We're gonna wait on the clarity. Oh, we're gonna hit 4 on the delirium. I heard 4 link. That's a staff. Another bone bow.
Augment. Portal.
Using, that's good. Just the binding. Okay. So when we go back, we need to look for gloves again. Those gloves could be life-changing. Back for that one. Don't got too many of those. It's also really easy to portal out here. Once you have all 3 of the pieces you need. You go this waypoint though, so you can kind of warp straight to Kitava.
Not
Alright. Passive point. Well. Hit. Okay, go here.
I'm here to serve as
Gloves. Velvet gloves are decent. There's no red blue or blue green gloves. We'll do this. But I should have the chromes. The binding orb this. Fire and cold with life. Oh, actually life changing. I meant it. We got 9. Okay, I need a green socket on this, please. Please? Please? Okay. Alright, so next to upgrade is the boots. Steam, and what are we looking at now? Still a bit under. Lowest on lightning. So we're just gonna... Nope, can't put lightning on that. Lightning on this. This is such a terrible ring. And on this one we put fire. Yep. White gloves from Act 1. Alright, 2 more levels. There. Turn all auras back on. Go back to the town. And through the portal. Good stuff. Here. Have a time. And months level 45. This is where we can start dropping the higher stacks of currency. Yep. 3 portals, 2 augments. Why I try to not pick that stuff up. Like, how much time would I have lost, like, running back for all these portals?
Armors.
Ooh, what is that? A wrath. 1/8 of 10 chaos. Okay, we'll hit this. We're gonna grab this level real quick. We're gonna do a quick gym swap, and then we're gonna fight Kitava, and we were still on time. Makes it really easy to know when to cast or put down more totems. Doing Kitava fight without your movement skill is something to get used to. If you're gonna like keep up the uptime on your Withering Step. Damage is still doing just fine though. We're up to 1352 on the life pool as well. Alright, I think this is it. It's the heart. Nope, we gotta do them one more time. There we go, Kitava done. So resists, I'm going to be 6 short on cold and 3 short on lightning. That's a pretty solid spot to be in. I could put lightning or cold on the... No, I could put cold. I could put lightning and cold. I think that's what you get from the first labyrinth. You could run here in the dark. Watching the minimap. Paying attention. Sail to Rayclast. Remember, this ain't no charity run. Let's go get our gems and stuff. We have enough chance orbs and everything. Start prepping for the cold dot switch. Clear this out. Have to do this essence. Gem swap this back. Essence of Sorrow, that's a dexterity essence. Be thorough so we don't have to backtrack. If you don't know what I'm doing right now, you have to full clear this zone. It's a quest. I have my quest tracker stuff hidden. Probably not the smartest idea for making a walkthrough video, but Caustic arrow just leveled. Strongbox, it froze me. There's an Exile there too. I wonder who was doing the cold snap. I actually didn't even see it. That should be it. Got it. So, exit to character select can still save portals. Let's empty all the currency we have out of here. Don't want to cheat. We could try and go get us another leather belt. Grade. These can stay. That can stay. Div card. Where's she at? She's way down here.
All right, a wretch.
Alright, 2 passive respec points, and now we can purchase items from her. Let's just go through them. We need a Vortex. Here. Vortex. That costs a chance orb. There it goes. Okay. I need a Bone Chill. Cost 1 alchemy. I have a regret. Let's go to Vessel.
Hello.
Vessel, I can purchase Alchemy Orb. Cost is 1 regret. Grab a Bone Chill. What else do we need? We need Elemental Focus. Need Control Destruction. Both alterations. Need an Arcane Surge. Here we need a Cold Snap and a Creeping Frost. And then we all this Cold Snap. Rip. Okay. Need a Frostbite. Need Hypothermia. This costs a Chance Orb. Can't do that. I'm just gonna speed this up. I can trade this one fusing in for a Chance Orb. Grab the Hypothermia. What else? Big things. I got too many things. I didn't need the Arcane Surge right now because I don't have Jewelers even to give me an extra spot. We need to be leveling up the Frostbite 100%. We need to be leveling up the Vortex. We need to level up Control Destruction, the Elemental Focus. Don't have an Alk to get Hex Touch. Unbound Ailments or an Efficacy. We'll put the Bone Chill. Okay. I think technically I do have 2 Scourings, so I could go ahead and get that other gem. We'll level those for now. So what? I only have 5. I have the Frostbite, I have the Vortex, I have the Controlled Destruction. And Elemental Focus and Bone Chill. Now, I would be leveling a Vol Cold Snap, provided I had a Vol Cold Snap. We haven't found that yet. And when I get a Vol Cold Snap, I'm gonna have to level it anyways, so leveling the Cold Snap's just a waste of a spot. Currently, level the Hypothermia in there. Level the Arctic Breath in there. I think we're good for now. So let's put all this currency stuff back. So I could... Oh, no. This... I need to prove it. I can buy a Chance Orb, cost 1 fusing. Chance Orb needs to go in here. And then onward we go. Blaze through Act 6. And resists, yeah, just a little bit under. Not enough that's gonna break us. And then we're only like 4 passives away from starting to plan on how we're going to reformulate our entire passive tree for this cold dot nonsense. Start prepping for that. This waypoint here, I'm going to come down here into the tidal island. And down here, there's a quest you can complete. It'll give us an option of amulet or belt type from Vessel. Boss here too, but fine. Get the ghost. Okay. Gloves. Tearing apart these deliriums. Real. Okay, there. And then the gyms are going. We're a little bit later than we possibly could have been to get all those going, but at the same time, we're doing it now. It's a really convenient spot to get everything to. Alright, what do we got? Medium cluster jewel, totem damage. 2 fusings though. Okay. Mud flats. Yeah, toxic. All the way up here on this top. Diagonal corner across from the entrance is normally where the Siren Queen is. I was about to spew out the fact that this is a queen. The Regal Orb prophecy that you could come kill her to get a Regal Orb if you got the prophecy, but prophecy is being deleted, so also don't matter. I have Conquest. We can come in here. Bahama time. This is why we need the fire res. Without fire res, this fight will roast you. And we'll Swift Affliction for this fight. Warlink, what was it? That's an axe. Ooh, there's a silver flask there too. Don't really need it. Already got a decent flask set up already. I got the granite and the jade. Damage on this build is so much better than last time I came through here. Storm Rain, like, I mean, the Storm Rain is getting buffed. All the bow hit builds are getting buffed. But this was getting pretty yikes with Galvanic Arrow. Hey, swap this back. Keep leveling those gems. Here is the ridge. The coverage I have on this Caustic Arrow is insane. Boss, no. I wish there was like a potential purpose to fighting the boss in this zone though. It's not a boss that's repeated anywhere in maps. It's just a lightning wheelie boy that's just randomly in this zone. It's been that way since the introduction of Act 6. Yeah, this guy. Like, he doesn't have like a unique drop pull or anything that I think we know of, or he's just here. I'd be okay if he was a map boss. It's probably just the wrong way. Probably gonna loop back around. I'm just gonna go back. I bet it's gonna continue going out this way and upwards toward Javern's Tower, I believe, as it's now called. Oh, it is the lower prison. Okay, got to level. Alright, we need to find Labyrinth Trial in this zone. And it can sometimes be past the exit. It's one that I miss a lot. Normally I find it like it's either upwards in this direction up here, or you're gonna find the exit and have to go past it. It's looking like the case. Here's the exit to the zone. Continue going. We'll find our trial down here. Oh, I almost made that. Okay. Ooh. Okay, crafting recipe.
Armors.
Uh-oh, I went in the wrong spot. Pulling gems. And we gotta run our way back over there. $46. It could be upgraded to better life flasks. Oh, look at this. Shepherd's Tower gets us delirium.
Climb to great heights, only to leap. You feel the temptation.
The great thing about these AoE dots, though, is I don't have to, like, adding more monsters is not lowering my, like, potential of, like, AoE clear. At all. Like, I still have, like, the coverage and the damage. More monsters doesn't mean anything. Like it might with, like, projectile builds or something like this. Well, this is a projectile build, but it's more of an AoE build. Brave Wand. Gotta check the wand. Like, there's no way I'm getting a better wand than the one we already have. Have to check. Expert. And he resisted chaos until I Oh, it said resist chaos and then vulnerable to chaos, but the only thing I would have to lower his chaos resistance is the curse that he was hexproof to. Something strange there. Alright, that's gonna run out. We can stop. Oh, please don't drop in the corner. Okay. Medium cluster jewel, 6 passive crit chance. Not the one. Really though, cluster jewels below mods level 50 or item level 50 are generally just not worth having anyways. A lot of the mods on cluster jewels are min item level 50 or 68, some even 75. Alright. Here. Identify. Spell damage. Nope. Lightning spells. Nope. Well, nope. Mass speed, crit multi. No. Fire damage. Nope. I need some more wisdom scrolls. Vessel. And take this belt. Yeah. Don't want to lose mana regen. So we got life, fire, lightning. That's not as good though. Stuff. Back to swap to the single target.
For my life and my work, I shall not suffer this humiliation again.
I've always had the issue where I will spam caustic arrows. It's kind of habit from like spamming creeping frost down. We'll go over that later. But damage though, damage, so good. Ooh, another Vol Orb. Be huge. Alright. There's our last damage node that we're probably going to get in the near future. So we're purely being scaled by gym levels. And we need to swap. Wrong button. Just swap. These buttons are on F1 and F2, so it's really easy for me to hit the wrong button there. Okay, Western Forest is real close to the waypoint, so I should probably portal out after finishing this fight. Another spot where we need fire res. It's down here, so it looks like up. Never seen this boss entry spawn on the same like square face as Nessa. We'll swap a single target for this guy too, because he don't play. There we go. Oh yeah, I was gonna portal. I could have exited to character select. So just about 4 hours into the league. Might be done with Q. Like Q's might be pretty much done for. Oh yeah, touch all. You only touched 4 of them?
Easy.
Come on. Ghost. Why don't you just stay still? Ghost is gonna get away on me. Yep. Hey. Okay, waypoint is on this side of the road, the same way as it is in Act 2. You can go this way. Find where Alira was. This is a crafting recipe. Pretty sure it's accuracy, but it's there. Riverways, portal, or waypoint. All these zones are just like great XP for Arrow Nova Caustic Arrow. Like I can just run down the road and clear stuff off screen. Alright, so we hit this waypoint, we're gonna go left, follow the rocks. Same as Act 2, to the wetlands. We're gonna go get Rislatha. Unlock the, like, my favorite of all of the Pantheon powers. Haven't used a life flask recently. You gain 3 life flask charges every 3 seconds. So if you run out of life flasks, you can kind of sustain your fight. Even more so if you can work in the Enduring Cry. I'm not even gonna mess with the ghost. For this one too. Hypothermia. Okay, and boss time, and I have Chaos Res. I got in Act 2. Okay, then we're gonna go back to town now. We get 3 passive points and a helmet from quest rewards that I just haven't picked up yet. Save it all for once, so do it all at once. Here we get passive point, helmet. Helmet that we have has green and blue. We got lots of blue gems. I'm gonna take the Callus Mask because it's evasion ES. So this I can chrome into blue and green sockets.
With the road, another damn.
Alright, another passive point. Let's see what we get here. Let's break this stack of alts.
Welcome.
So I need that lightning res. I can craft life on this helmet. Full damage, mana, all res.
Farewell.
Let's see what this actually. How much does that craft cost? 6 transmutes for 26 to 40. Okay, we're close to that, so just get that craft. There. Passives. Now what? We can get more damage by getting entropy, but what I'm gonna start doing. about this first. We won't do the additional curse yet. You know, I think in one version of the build I routed down the outside and I got the spell suppression stuff, but in other versions I just kind of come down here. Yeah, let's just push down here. Push over, grab herbalism. Oh, what's up, boys? Noah in, back in. Let's go. Strongbox.
Armors.
Okay, there's a bunch of wisdom scrolls for me. But yeah, I didn't want to follow the road. You don't follow the road here. You kind of want to veer off to the right.
Foiling. Armors.
Okay, I guess it was further up. It looked like it was about to send me over there. Oh, okay, I guess I did need to follow the road. Now we come down here. Oh. There it is. Southern Forest, this is the best farming zone in this act. Oh, I remember now. Why I routing things the way I am. Okay. We'll get there. Toxic rain level. These deliriums have really helped, like, catch my XP back up. I'm level 48 now in a 49 zone, and the deliriums have just given me so much extra monsters to work with. Can I get across this? Oh, come on. Oh, ho, ho, ho! Never seen that before. I'm gonna gotta find the little bridge that would have been over there and go. I might stop for a Gwydin in the actual like league start, but we're gonna skip it for now.
The Brand King. His time has almost come.
Okay. Waste. And I need transmutes. I need to keep an eye out for transmutes and pick them up because I'm going to be out after I craft life on this helmet. Hopefully this will take me out of here. It's stretched on long enough that it probably will. Exit. Hey, beacon. Waypoint, another delirium. Okay.
He calls to you from beyond the horizon.
Hey. Caustic Arrow just leveled up. Next time Caustic Arrow levels up, I'll do like a DPS comparison, like, and show how much it increases. Ah, get. We definitely need jewelers for that wand. Okay, crafting recipe right there. That's our 26 to 40 life on the helmet for 6 transmutes. I wonder if I can still make it to 4 on my delirium while standing in this circle. Looking like it. Yep, we made it. Ow. The heck, I have the fire is. What was that? Maybe crits or something. Let me out of... What? They wouldn't let me move. I don't have phasing yet, though. We need to get the next lab so we can have phasing. Then everything just magically feels better. Onyx Flame, Coral Ring, Sniper Bows 1.25. Next passive minion. Life. Okay. Shield is not bad to have. Ideally, with the cold dot build, you don't want to go 2 wands. You want to go with a wand and a shield. Get a shield that can give you like chance to avoid elemental ailments. So then you don't have to come down here and get crystal skid. You can get the additional 20 from these life nodes down here. I mean, it's not going to matter like entering maps, of course, but be on the lookout for a shield. Alright, level. Go grab some life. Alright, almost through this act. We're flying. Get through this zone. You see how there's water down here? Like, you have to cross this gap of water. You have to cross to like 2 of those. Or 3 of those to find your way to the exit. So, like, I went from like a big area to another big area through some water. That's how I know I'm going the right direction. That one was a little bit of a dead end. Now that's what I'm looking for. Now I'm looking for another one of these, like, crosses into the next section. Probably gonna be up this way. It likes to loop around itself. And here we go. Here's this other, like, little water passage. And then now up in this large region, we should find the way to boss. We listen to the monologue. We will pop in this. That's getting vendored. Vendor, 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 vendor.
Majesty could never be satiated on his wedding day by one bride alone. Thank you, my new sister. I shall always
Down totems now. And phased. I might be able to show you a cool trick with this boss here too. You can actually move this boss out of the center. You don't move him too far. And we phase him now. Stop there. And you freed up a lot more space to see what's going on in this room if you just move him slightly. If you move him too far out to the outside edge, though, he'll go back to the middle. Not something I do all the time, but when I'm thinking about it, definitely a good thing to be able to do. Okay. Alright, so when we go into Act 7, we gotta remember, or else we won't remember to tell maps. It's always the point where I open up my pantheons, I take the Brine King, and I take Rislatha. Now I can't be chain stunned, and now if I run out of life flask charges, they can regenerate. Those are great things to have. Ooh, look at that. Evasion, life, mana? Open suffixes as well. On a strength int base. It's gonna break my strength, I think.
Goodbye.
I'm probably topped in. No, I got strength on something else. I still got this awful chest on. I'm gonna start dropping 6 sockets and I'm still using a blue 4-link chest. Okay. So we were gonna craft on what? We're gonna craft on this helmet, life, E2, 6 transmutes. It hit 30. Hit 30. Okay, so we got a new thing here. I don't have... Okay, I have an ALC, so I can... Hold res. Slap that on there. A big upgrade. A lot of life. 1619 to 1707. Obtain.
May the darkness spare you.
With that, we got extra wisdom scrolls. Alright, now we're in Act 7. Close to the next lab. Close to starting to have a lot of spell suppression. Permanent phasing. All fantastic stuff. No more enemy collision. Actually, I struggle like very hard playing this game without phasing. It is the actual #1 reason I play Raiders so much. What did I just do? Okay, something strange happened there. It's hard to give up, like, being able to just walk through any enemy once you've had it. The permanent onslaught's cool and all, the extra evasion, all the stuff, but it's the phasing. Really kicks it off. Probably how it was back there on Not the lighthouse. Beacon. I got stuck by those enemies, and I was just confused why I couldn't. I hate that feeling in this game. For real. So because of that, I will always love playing Raider. You can get it with Bestials too. Chance to gain phasing on kill. There's stuff on the tree, but nothing just gives you phasing. Like what the Raider gets. It's all conditional. Here's Alva. Actually had a lot of fun messing around with Alva incursions in the Endless Delirium League. First time I've really messed with them in a while. I was like juicing them for like maximum experience. So like I was putting like toxic groves in them, extra minions, increasing pack size, more magic monsters, like anything I could do. Like not thinking about rewards at all, just as many enemies as I can pack into that. And yeah, those were some fun incursion temples. I'm still sad that we lost the 100% chance to have like magic enemies inside of the incursions. By like a 30% chance now. We are real close to doing Cruel Lab. Oof. Crafting recipe there. Kind of stung a bit. But that's typical. Like, we don't have spell suppression yet. And those enemies do physical spell damage. So my evasion from my Jade Blast doesn't work. And then, like, I have a decent amount of evasion gear. Helmet's pretty solid on evasion. Yeah, these wraiths can hurt a lot. Okay, we got the map. Go back. Back to the crossroads, up to Chamber of Sins. Toxic Rain's about to get a level. Center of this. We're gonna get to brush up against one of these. It's still magic monsters here in Act 7. At the stairs that don't go anywhere. It said the word stairs, and I'm like, oh, is it a ramp?
Hello to you, great dream.
Okay, activate the map device. I click the portal. Okay. Waypoint, I mean. Hey, Rob.
Hello there.
Looking for a little bridge. I think we need to find one more little bridge like that, and then we'll head in towards the boss here. Ooh, a shrine. Stone Golem. Okay, I guess we're not gonna get another bridge. Oh, maybe. Oh, there's the second one. Ghost. Oh, get on that Exile. Yeah. Should drop me Volk Cold Snap. Oh, a lot of good stuff. Alright, we can drop a portal outside of this because if we die, in here it's like if you die in a map, you have to go back in through the portal. And unless we put the portal there, our portal would be right here. And we don't want that. So we gotta put the portal. And let's do a quick gym swap. Ah. Hey, other one. Alright, he's gonna go into this phase. If you run in a circle, won't get hit. At least you'll get hit less. Sometimes I feel I get lucky. Maybe it's also just like a raider thing, because I never get hit by that. Alright, take the key. Onward, we get the next trial down here. Alright, same as in Act 2. Let's check up here to the left first. Yep, there it is.
Just in time.
Oh, I'm still in Swift Affliction. Crafting recipe. Alright, now we can do Cruel Lab. Let's get to the Ashen Fields first. I tried to do it in the Galvanic Arrow. And I've got like 500 more life on this character, so we're looking a little better in that regard. I'm doing more damage and have more life. I think that's why that build is getting like 60% more damage. Alright, let's swap. Okay. Okay. Like we're getting close to Act 9. We're almost getting to the point we can get a thicket bow and then roll +2 socketed bow gems on it. That. In passive chaos damage. To be honest, I really am not going to use that in this video. Or ever. So. Got the 4 stacks again on the Delirium. Got to end that. Get our passive. Let's take the 50 flat life. A cluster amulet. Okay. Trying to just like pick up smaller things so I can get through more of the game without picking up too many rares. Okay, Yina. Let's dump all of this stuff. +2 socketed minions. Blocks spell damage, chance to avoid elemental ailments. So this is what I'm talking about. Like the shield rolled the suffix chance to avoid elemental ailments. You can get that to be 30 or higher. These 4 nodes plus your ascendancy back here, you'll be 100% chance to avoid elemental ailments, because this is not elemental ailment immunity. This is shock, chill, freeze, ignite immunity. You're only 80% chance to avoid elemental ailments like scorched, brittle, sapped if you go this route. But if you take the shield and then you come down here, that's more late game stuff. But it's also an option that doesn't readily jump into your head. You just kind of identify the shield and like, oh, it can roll that? Yeah. Actually pretty nuts.
True to you.
Got 2 transmutes. Alright. Look at our phasing. Rule lab. These are rule labs usually pretty short as well. Hopefully this takes me right to Izaru. Right here. Oh, don't look like it. Could have been. Yeah, would have been the other way, but that's fine. We're here now. Puzzle. Ooh, got lead on that. I don't know if there's other ways to get through that. That's just always the way I've done it. Just hit switch, 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 and then out. Do like a big S through it. Okay, through the barrels. Heard another ghost. Okay, and the gem swap for Daru. Alright, what do we got, Cruel Lab? Two-handed mace. Both of these are coming up. Wait on them. I feel so much more comfortable on the Raider because I can just passively move faster. Alright. Okay, I saw this the other day and I had to hit this lever. Yeah. Okay, up this way, then go out here. I think I probably would have preferred the other exit, but Sam, you got to go through 2 of them. I had gone the other route out of the last zone, it would connect me right to the top of this. And most often, the what appears to be the longer route is actually shorter. You go up here and then down. Because you'll come out here and then you just run right over to Iron Trial.
When the time comes to strike, an emperor strikes without hesitation. Essence of an empire is
The Zaro gonna one-shot me. So waiting for them to come up. Right. This one. 2 ways. Either way, it'll be fine. It'll be about the same length. Left here. This one. That's not a path. Really? Oof. Okay. So here I'm kind of applying the same logic as this. I'm going to take this route and see if coming out of here gets me closer to the actual exit. Is the plan. Anyways. Sharpshooter's Thicket Bow of Craft. What is this? Can't see this because of my hair. This guy out of the blue is gonna just link me this +2 bow gems thicket bow while I'm doing this. Imagine, right? Like that bow adds 2 levels to my caustic arrow. Or the toxic rain, whichever you prefer to put in there. Alright. Atrium, let's go up this way now. Ooh, what is this? Curious Dark Shrine. Be twice blessed. Oh my. Twice blessed in Cruel Lab. Oh wow, this is a rare arena for Cruel Lab. Ooh, Quiver, not a Poet's Pin, never a Poet's Pin. I've actually never dropped a Poet's Pin. These, Shield. Hey, what you got for me? Leech if you killed recently? Okay. Got better. Cold damage you've been hit recently? Okay. Twice blessed. Alright, here we're going to take Chance to suppress spell damage and phasing. If I was going to continue to play Caustic Arrow and Toxic Rain through maps, I would take Avatar the Chase, because you're just going to be faster. But since I'm not, we want to get to Avatar the Veil because it's going to apply cold exposure to nearby enemies, lowering enemies' cold res by 20. We want that for the cold dot build as we're entering maps. So we're going to go this way first. This should be Steel Skin. Okay. Dump this stuff. Finish Act 7. Ooh, it's big fire cold. Bigger fire cold than I have currently. Craftable life on there. And that quiver's not worth anything to me. These gloves are actually pretty intriguing. Actually, like, take those gloves into maps, possibly. I don't think I'm gonna make it to maps. We're probably looking at, like, Act 9 Blood Aqueducts. Where I'm gonna try and get to. Gym swap back. I didn't need a gym swap here yet because I want to gym swap back for this boss that's literally at the end of this road. We need to check on that cold snap too. I got that Vol Orb. I thought I was gonna find a bunch of Vol side areas in this run and actually get myself a Vol Cold Snap. That is not what happened at all. Let's do that real quick. Vol Orb.
Peace to you.
Ooh. Lightning. Craftable movement speed on here. Also, potential. Finish my gearing out. Okay, let's go to Act 2 and actually buy a leveled Cold Snap. Okay, Alteration. Vol Orb. Nope.
Go with the spirit. My help is yours.
Buy another one. I take out here. I take out the Bone Shield.
Be well.
I need to at least have that. If we don't get the Vol Cold Snap, I need to at least be able to show what it does, so. And that's Quality Gem. Action Northern Force. That's right. Alright, Dread Thicket, where are you at?
Augment.
Sometimes they'll creep over in there somehow. Really sucks when it does. 3. Now the same level as the zone we were in. Probably means I'm overkilling stuff and I could just be like rushing. But I also feel like I'm rushing. So. Alright, Caustic Arrow is about to get a level, so we need to stop and look at it when that pops, or just like frantically click the button. Okay. So Caustic Arrow DPS right now says 4100.8 chaos damage per second. We're gonna level this up. And now it says 5335. So that's like 1200 more. So yeah, it's around like 30% more damage just from the gym level. It's nuts. Life, spell suppression. How many of these we got? We got 2. Right, here's the boss. And I didn't get it.
Thus I release you from motherhood's rage.
Didn't need to pick any of this stuff up. On an actual league start, I probably still would have picked it up, and like I actually like farm alts. Hey, a blueprint. On a league start, I 100% would have picked that up as well. Let's go peek in here. Minus 10 max res. Anybody here? Either one. All summon skeleton. No vanity. Don't know what a vanity is. That's 1/9 of a corrupted tabula rasa. Could have corrupted implicit. And honestly, you can get them for about the same price as humility cards. You're trying to buy cards for a tabula on a league start. It's not as volatile of a trading market with the vanities. But they are still sought after, of course. This is number 7. Alright, we can dip. We got the crafting recipe that was over there by the Dreadstone. There really isn't much point in remembering where the crafting recipes are when they're after the logo, the text goes away. That's another granite flask. Potential to make my granite flask better, although my granite flask is pretty good. Charges on gain on hits, solid as can be. I need to be on the lookout for 4-link chests and stuff again. Because we're getting closer and closer to like realization of this swap. Yeah, I guess I can tell you what we need to do. Acid tree, we need to come across here and connect this to here, and then we can swap, provided that we have the stuff. Because we're going to, like, we have to flip all this. All this projectile damage doesn't matter. Like, we need to flip it all. And we will reconnect up into here across this. And but like all of this, all of these nodes have to go, these nodes have to go, these nodes have to go, and these nodes have to go. But it all like connects really close to where it all already is. And we're sitting on 7 refunds right now. I think we'll get another 4 here in Act 8 from quests. Then there's 4 we can go get if needed. And just for the sake of showing it off, I have a lot of regrets in the stash. I'm not gonna lie, I'm getting kind of hungry. Okay, cold snap, eh? All cold snap. Beautiful. Beautiful. He playing? What an element? Oh, he's playing elemental. He's playing, what is it? Explosive arrow. Never liked the idea of the explosive arrow. It's another gem that scales the same way as Caustic Arrow and Toxic Rain. It's more like a spell. And Demolition. Demo's not going to give you much, really. Demo's really good for like scarabs and catalysts, and you're not getting those till maps. Okay, so we got here. I dumped off all of those. I need to go back to town, get 3 passive points, and empty this. And we have 6 sockets and stuff coming in. Ooh, big life on that. Keep filling this tab. Maybe I should have gotten a quad tab, but I probably don't have empty quad tabs. I do have empty quad tabs. I bet I got a lot of full quad tabs that are remove only. Okay, that's that. Here. This one. Okay, we got another 2 passive respecs. I'm gonna start climbing this. I think I eventually wind up routing all the way through this and you use Ghost Dance and stuff. But we just need to pull off the basics of the swap. And we have a wand. We have 2 wands, actually. One's kind of meh. We have 1 wand. We have a wand. So, like, the damage is going to be just fine. And believe it or not, we're going to run a relink. Unless, like, by some miracle, we get our access to a 5 link. We're going to put both Vortex and Cold Snap in the same 4-link. And it's going to wreck. Stare. Crossblink sometimes doesn't like to make it. Find one of the gaps. Okay, is there not going to be any one of these with a gap? I guess not in this room. Guess I will explain that in the next one. Correct. Mansion lockpicking. Be all currency and jewelry in that one. Okay. Okay, so let's see here. Yeah, crossblink does not make it across. Oh, I'm not going to be able to get back. I'm not going to be able to get back. Crossblink does not like to go across these gaps. Yep, we're going to have to go back around. I goofed. Tried to go across it backwards and it worked. Catalyst? Oh, we don't need the Vol Orbs no more. We hit it. We hit it. But it really sucks if you pick this way to go. And then, like, you end up having to come all the way around this way. This Frostblink can't make that gap. Flame Dash can pretty easily. Their blueprint. Well, gems. Okay, that's valuable even at the lower level. I will pick that one up. It can rot in my chest and in standard. This F. Probably never get run ever. We never know, right? 40 years from now, like I could like be playing Path of Exile, just screwing around with all my ancient stuff in standard. You still think they're gonna be making leagues in 4 years? 40 years? Yeah. Here is that happening, as I kind of alluded to in the last room. Ink, nope, that one. Alright, we're boss now. Ooh, my Withering Steps applying 6 Wither stacks per now. Alright, so we've got this connected. 9 refunds is definitely not enough. Uh-oh. Swap quickly. Easy boss. Wait for the loot, but we are moving. We can taste maps at this point. Or so we can kind of taste the cold dot Waparoo coming. I am also starting to get hungry. Okay. Here in Act H, I'm just gonna go right into Doers. Freaking Nico, man. Racks me up. Scholars. Look of Flame's really good. Okay, this is ES base. Fine. A solid one. We have an Alp as well. Prefer to have an evasion ES base. We won't jump the gun until we're ready to go. It's a better chest than the Act 4 one that I have. Okay. 2 of this. Beasts. That means we can summon Einhar and take him to fight Todre. Never a bad play. Oh, rip Stink Tusk. He's gone. Crazy how the game tells me the name of the beast that is being removed as if I had any amount of attachment to it. Where is it? Be there. Here we are. Gym swap level. Now I'm going to start leveling up through this evasion rating. Start. I have to get that as well, or else we can't break this. Okay. Next. Alright, crafting recipe right here. That crafting recipe will give you the next tier of resistance crafts. Oh, Ironheart coming in there no matter what, because the red beast was out here. Righty, we continue flying. Gotta grab the Ankh. Pullman. Just like grab this essence. Ooh, Wailing of Greed. That's a solid one. 60 to 69. Chest or helmet, 70 to 79. Okay. The connections. Probably pretty late in this video for me to mention this, but since all of the hit-based spells got buffed, they nerfed like the totem gems, the trap gems, and the mine gems. If you wanted to play Toxic Rain, traps, or mines, like that is getting nerfed hard. Well, I should share that. I think Tolman should be down here somewhere. A Frostblink cannot level anymore because we are lacking intelligence again. Now we can do this with Aeronova. Defeat the zombies. Zombies didn't stand a chance. Oh, one got to attempt an attack on me. Out of all those zombies. I think this fight is changing a little bit. The visuals of this might be changing up this coming patch. Alright, I talked to Clarissa. I did. And it said on my screen, talk to Clarissa in town. I'm gonna miss that. I don't need chisels. Or rogue markers. Exile. Rip. Ancient Greaves. Armor base. Okay. Should be close out of here. Level 57. Rain Gate. Good. All the bodies. This one has a body outside the door. The correct direction to go. Anything else down here would be a dead end. This one, no body. I'm not going in there. One has a body. I'm going in here. Don't need to go in the wall side areas anymore. Right, here's the Gemling Legion. Okay. Maybe it's just me, but I feel like during this playthrough, some enemy screams have been excessively louder than they used to be. Like in Act 4, one of that trio before Duresso, that enemy, like, they let out screams. Looks like Rain's about to get another level. Yeah, and that's how this goes. Like once you have like all the damage stuff on the tree, which you pretty much do for the chaos dot stuff. If you want more damage, you pretty much have to go cluster tools. So like anytime you feel your damage falling off, like you just grind out a little bit and you get a gem level, and then just magic. Like, oh, now the damage feels great again. It's all about to the point where I normally change loot filters as well. It's coming. Normally do that when I'm picking up the sun orb. The first item level 60 plus rares that'll drop when they show up smaller on this filter. Eight. I guess I didn't really need that. First level 2. And like this being my practice run for League Start, like I don't know how I'd do too much of this too much faster. I mean, I probably could do it faster if I'm not like trying to verbalize just about anything and everything that I'm doing. But I'm pretty happy with where I'm at. Like, if this were like a League Start, 5 hours in and I'm in Act 8. I mean, like Act 10 takes like 10 minutes to get through. It's really quick. Act 9 takes a second, but that's also a good spot to like stop and farm if you need to as well. Blood Aqueduct and like I kind of see it like you get to the Blood Aqueduct, you kind of like you finished your early push. Now you can have play. Okay, our 2 options, and I'm going to change into my, which do I want here? One. I'm going to start hiding some stuff that I don't need. I'm going to show all shields. And I portal out of here. Okay, this needs stored, this needs deleted, stuff needs identified. Here we get a passive point, hold damage, nope,
Be careful.
into the stash goes the stuff, Alright, I should keep this on me, keep the Alks on me. Let's quality this. We're not gonna Alk that yet, just in case I find something better. Okay, there's that. We talked to Marmoa. Get another one.
Talakota.
Getting close.
It's a
Ooh. Okay, both of these are fire cold. We'll take the fire cold then.
good luck to you.
Life mana, life regen, decent ES. Open suffix. Yeah, okay, this is the upgrade. This one is pretty bad. So we throw this on. You need lightning. And we'll use one of the alchemies for that. I have more of them than I have transmutes. Okay, that's now rock solid. Alright, Solaris Temple. Back we go. Down, out this way. Fine, life last. I'm still rocking Colossals. But I have a seething and a bubbling. Or I got like instant flasks basically. Yeah, Loot Folder doesn't gotta talk to me anymore. We're into like the full-on Diablo 2 sounds now for things. Spent a lot of time actually like specifically picking each sound for what thing drops. Ooh, it's rare I find this boss. Nope. We're looking for damage over time multiplier. I think there's a new model quivers like damage with bow skills or something like that that would be beneficial to this build in its current state. Another one we have connected there. Connected here. Got here 1, 2, 5 to connect that. Like that connection doesn't need to be made now. That connection doesn't need to be made until you have like a 6th and enough energy shield and evasion for ghost shrouds to matter. The real reason you'd be going up there. You can get the mana and mana recovery on kill though, and then you can get clarity, mana reservation efficiency. Something I could technically get right now for my vitality and be leveling that up again. I've actually got a nice buffer of mana now. Get carried away with things yet. A waypoint. Go to the bathhouse. Hey, I'm not gonna do Merc Lab, so I'm gonna skip this. I'm just coming for the passive point right now. I don't think I've got it in me right now to push into maps. Part of me can see the light at the end of the tunnel. We can wrap this up. It's like, even on a league start, I would not have sat here for 5 consecutive hours without getting up and moving around. This is actually pretty ridiculous. But I also don't want to edit the video, because then my computer has to render it, and my graphics card is from 2016. So, it's been a minute since I've had any real upgrades. Nice stuff. But if you would like to help support me, you can click the join button down below, become a member. YouTube channel gets you special members access to the Discord, access to my loot filters, things. Eventually, like, if I'm ever able to live stream, you can show off that status like you on Twitch with emotes and sub badges and things like that. Hey, pull terror. It's pretty clear to see, I think, that you don't have to stop and switch to Cold Dot to play this. You can just keep running with this, like, straight through. All you really have to do is, like, get a Thicket Bow item level 64 or above. You spam alts on it until you hit +2 bow gems. And just like my friend linked me in-game a bit ago, that bow, especially if you can 5-link it, like, take you to red maps. Getting a 6-link bow, like, really will, like, carry you through red maps. But then you have to deal with, like, in-game bosses, and they just don't got it. Okay. Almost done with Act 8. Passive. What are we doing now with passive points? I think we start working towards the stuff we're gonna need.
Hello.
Anything further invested into this build is wasted passive points.
Good luck to you.
Okay, so let's go finish this out. As many times as I've swapped gyms, like, I think it's, like, having these gyms close together wherever, like, they're gonna be is very handy. Alright, I took out Regulus. We'll take out, alright, bring your Lucius as well. Yeah, look at this. There's a smuggler's cache and a shrine right here, right in the inside of Lars Temple level 1. Oh, and look, Caustic arrow level. We're at 5,500. Now we're at 7126. I'm gonna refresh this Lunaris Temple just to see if I can show this off real quick. Stuff that spawns in here, like, will spawn, like, right at the beginning. Get anything this time? No. We'll try one more time. Or 2 more times. This works in Act 3 and Act 8. Anything this time? Oh look, there's Alva and Bolt and 2 of her missions. It's like these spots, like the spot right here or right here, like essences, like expeditions, all kinds of stuff. Just spawn the beginning of this room. If that's common knowledge, I don't know about it because I found that out myself. If it's not common knowledge, well, you learned it here. On youtube.com/ItFightsBack. Actually, in Expedition League, every single time I refreshed the zone, the expedition spawned right there in the entrance. It was great. We're going curse stuff now. We're definitely going to want the dual curse. The Despair plus Frostbite will, like, devastate enemies. The Cold Dot. Getting to Blood Aqueducts is just like a great place to just like sit and you can like feel out the transition. In the Endless Delirium SSF, I farmed that zone until I got a tabula, until like level 77, like level 59 right now. Before I even went to maps. Actually, in that, I was the first character to level 73. And then Manny took it back. But he was in like T3 maps. There's something at that time. It's just because you can get XP faster, spamming Blood Aqueducts forwards and backwards. Like not going to the waypoint, nothing. That's what I was doing. Forwards and backwards. Back and forth. Well, I got my tabula. So while they're progressing through the rest of Act 9 and Act 10 and whatnot, I just stayed there farming XP, and I got that one. They beat me to level 72, but I beat them to level 73. Alrighty, finally to the end of this. We're dropping maps too. Oh yeah, I did pick up the last one. Okay, target set up. Okay, crafting recipe. Back. Concourse. I wonder. I did the bathhouse. There's no way this instance is still here. Yeah. Okay, we get a shrine. Gonna be recovery. Okay. Replenishing is what it's actually called. And delirium mirror.
Fight the very skies themselves. Win or lose, this will be a pleasure to see.
We'll just stop it here because we need to go further. Jewelry stuff though. Life fire res. Oh. Yeah, it's lightning crafted on it, but that would like get me into maps resist wise. More movement speed. Fire, lightning, cold with life and intelligence. Okay, hey, some decent gear just drop in. Okay, single target setup. So nice. They don't even get out of their like spawn point. Okay. Got here life, fire, cold. This is just an outright upgrade right now. So it's not so much, but hey. Curse effect. Gem swap. Alright, let's get on the other side of this and I'm gonna go get a couple more respecs. Act 1 and Act 2. And we'll make this happen. How many do we got right now? 11. I think it's like I used one earlier. Should probably have 12 right now. But phasing is also amazing. Like just walk through the enemies. That helmet might actually get used in the swap. I'm putting on that quiver like it's an actual upgrade. Go on. Engineering. Low, like 67 and less engineering contracts, so lots of chaos orbs. gained half of a level just on that one trip. Not really trying to like min-max the XP. Okay. Let's do this. We vendor the garbage.
Oh, you must have.
Get rid of this. We're gonna hold on to some of this jewelry we just got because it actually could open up some doors with resistances, depending on how
Until next time.
we go getting this stuff going. Alright. Oh, we need...
You must be.
Yeah.
Oh, Yuna's.
Alright, let's look here. So, if you want to keep playing this, farm to level 63, purchase a level 64 or higher thicket bow, try and 5-link it, and use alts to craft +2. Like, it's been too long ago for me to like show it, but that's what you do. You need 64 or higher thicket bow. You can find it here, or you can farm it in Act 9, further on down here, in the quarry. You farm it off of magic enemies on the corners of the quarry. Drop a 64 thicket bow there as well. So we've got a few jewelers. The issue is going to be boots and gloves at the moment.
Yes.
Like I said, I might cheat to make this work just so I can show this off, but let's rock with the chest that we have. It's already qualityed up. Okay, we got all blues. That's perfectly fine. We're gonna use the Wailing Essence of Greed on the chest. So that gave us decent life. Int Fire Res, which is an upgrade from whatever this is. I'm also int short there. Okay, so first let's start it. Those 5 come out. We're gonna get the additional curse. Just for simplicity, we're gonna grab this intelligence and then stop there. That goes in, so we're gonna swap to here. The Vol Cold Snap goes in here. Vortex goes in here. Control Destruction and Elemental Focus. Like that is our 4-link to run this build. Okay, so then these gloves can probably stay. During Step comes out, Malevolence stays, Despair stays, kind of. Can I make this all blue? If I can't, I'll just cheat on the chromes. Alternatively, we can rock with this. Let's quality that. Alk. Life. Fire. Okay. Losing lightning and cold there. Fire res on like everything. Okay, so this will come off. Polarity's gonna stick around. Hypothermia sticks around. So we can use Hypothermia in place of either Elemental Focus or Control Destruction. Obviously, we'd take out Elemental Focus there. And then we can use this. The versus. Go to Act 6. We didn't buy everything.
The black.
Lily is going to have an orb of gonna grab. Have chances too. So we're gonna get X Touch, and then that's gonna be Despair and Frostbite. Get 2 curses off of that. Next, okay, we got the wands. Need Jeweler's Orbs for this thing. Give me 3. There we go. I'll just use this one probably, even though it's bad. Elemental focus would be like offhand leveling. Go ahead and purchase. Either use Grace or Hatred as a second aura. I don't know if I'm going to be able to fit that in. You have to get all of these nodes right here, plus the mastery and these nodes to get Hatred in. But you can just do the mastery, I think, to get Grace in. Refund these. That point. There. Okay. Okay, so we have 8 more points. These are gonna have to come out too. So what we're gonna do, like, spend points to grab Season of Ice. We're going to grab Cold Exposure. You inflict applies an extra -5 to cold res. We're not applying Cold Exposure right now. That comes from your lab right before maps. So you're applying Cold Exposure, applying -20, getting this mastery up here. Makes it an extra -5. Then we're going to grab cold damage, and we're going to take the bottom side of this, which increases cold damage and has increased effect of cold ailments. That's going to increase our chill effect, and you can also get that mastery here. Curses on enemies in chilling areas have 15% increased effect. Also a thing that can work. None of the others will be too helpful. So one point. Okay, we're gonna reroute this slightly. All right, so we need more respecs, and I guess let's. We still need to. We don't have all the gems in yet. Here, where's our Creeping Frost? We got Creeping Frost. We have an Arcane Surge, and we have Bone Chill. So we could do that. But we also have the Frost Blink. Frost Blink can also apply Bone Chill. We could link all these together so they're both applying the same thing. Or I actually like this idea a lot. I'm happy I finally came to this. We're gonna grab Unbound Ailments. And this would be your 4-link, and then you put Arcane Surge linked to your Steel Skin. And your Steel Skin will proc your Arcane Surge. But that also means we need to... Looks like we need to recolor this one to be all blues as well. Do that. We've got 4 left to see if we can honestly get it. Probably not going to happen. No. Okay. Chromes are farmable. It all red. We'll get it. Just force it. There it is. Okay, so here's going to be Creeping Frost, Frost Blink, Unbound Ailments, and Bone Chill. So this is going to ensure that this Creeping Frost, Chilled Ground, is doing the maximum amount of chill effect that it can. This is increased effect of non-damaging ailments. This is increased effect of chill on enemies. And so that's going to work on this chilled ground. as well as all the buttons are messed up, as well as the Frostblink Chilled Ground. That's going to apply. Get this moved. This is going to be storms. That is a spot for Enduring Cry. Where we don't have auras in. There's Malevolence. Actually, we can probably move this here. We got Malevolence. We got Clarity. Vitality. This is Cold Snap. All Cold Snap. This one is my Vortex. Okay, there we go. Got all the things now. Alright, so you can see that I'm not, like, I haven't gotten any mana reservation efficiency at all. None. Slot that in there. So, like, we can get Grace, we can get... Let's store these. We don't need those anymore. This wand is really bad. Like, it's almost not worth the slot, but I can also craft a suffix on this to shore up the resistances that need some lightning res, obviously. Big lightning, fire, and cold on this. Get lightning on these boots. And lightning res. Okay. So our res is okay. We got sockets for everything. And then we can farm to fine tune it or just like solo it in the maps. I guess first let's go and clear the fetid, and we went and got the golden hand at the bottom of the crypt, level 2 in Act 2. That's 4 more passives. That's there. We're gonna connect this back, and we're gonna connect here. Then I can refund stuff. Cheat. A couple more regrets. So this wasn't perfect. I didn't have exactly enough regrets, though I do think you get some from quests in Act 9 as well. But there we go. That was the last 4 that I needed. 4 points. So we're still here. Let's try and fit in the aura. Like I said, you can cut all of this out right here. Connect this here. You get Mind Drinker, you get Clarity, Mana Reservation Efficiency, you get Ghost Dance, but it all has to kind of be working together. These 4 points, I'm going to grab the Mana Reservation Efficiency of skills. That frees up a spot. Let's put Grace in, just because that's the safe option, right? I now have enough room for Grace. And then, like, I can get the Grace Mana Reservation Efficiency, and I can still squeeze in the Vitality at some point. Right now, it's not taking up too much mana. And there we go. The only thing I'm missing right now... what? I'm missing the Enduring Cry, 100%. Like, that's supposed to be here. I can't put hate... Well, I guess I probably could, actually. Since I didn't really level... I stopped leveling my clarity and my vitality, so I can actually put the hatred in right now without getting the additional mana reservation efficiency right here, and then getting the vitality mana reservation efficiency and the clarity reservation efficiency. This is what I had to do on my level 100 build from Trade League, I think. That one I was running hatred on. Actually, that one I pushed, like, eventually you push out here, get the Silent Life Wheel, get Iron Will. That one I even pushed all the way up for Ash, Frost, and Storm on that build. And both POBs will be linked down below. I did a build guide on the level 99 Cold Dot Raider from Delirium. That one has a video to it, but I also have the POB for the level 100 from Trade League. I refined the build a lot for Delirium, so like that's the better build. Just you can get a lot more damage if you cut out a lot of life stuff. Oh, there's more passives here I can actually get rid of. Another 3, like another 10 points right there. And I still want Primal Spirit for the Strength and Intelligence. This projectile speed, it's not hurting to have it, really. You do have Creeping Frost that has projectiles. And this is how you can apply Bone Chill to something from afar. Bone Chill causes enemies to take increased damage based on the effect of chill. So we'll see how that's going. So I got a few more passives here. What do I do with these ones? Oh, I know what I do with a couple of them. A couple of them go... Honestly, I actually probably should get the spell suppression, but instead I'm going to get the damage here. Enemies ignited or chilled by you have -5 to elemental resistances. And then right here, you can get 15 all-res if needed. You can also get 40% increased effect of non-damaging ailments, which increased the effect of chill increases the damage you do with Cold Dot because of Bone Chill. That's there. And then, yeah, I'm going to start getting spell suppression because you probably have that and or these notes right here. And then what I do is I come down here, get Crystal Skin at first, then you push up this to the Scion Life Wheel. You grab the life here, you get the Scion Life Wheel, of course, you get Iron Will, get 2 points into reflexes for the spell suppression. And this is what you're doing into maps. You're pushing all that. That's how I've been doing it anyways. And yeah, that's where we're at. You can also get Elemental Focus. This is increased effect of non-damaging ailments. This is life. This is damage over time. There's a lot of stuff still here. And then Vortex Dot says... Oh, that was with Arcane Surge. 9,531 cold damage per second. That's on my 3-linked Vortex. Remember the last time we checked the Caustic arrow? It went from 5,400, I think, to like 71. So the dot damage on the Vortex is 9,531 on a 3-link. And we use that on a 3-link, and we continue this on the 5-link and the 6-link because we can then... We have a 5-linked Vortex, a 5-linked Cold Snap, and a 5-linked Vol Cold Snap that all share the same gems. So it opens up all your rest of your gem sockets for extra stuff. Which is why I currently am running this. So the combined damage of my Vortex plus the 6,800 from the Cold Snap, and then on bosses another 9,000. Like, let's go run Blood Aqueduct, right? And I don't have to worry about my stuff anymore. The Withering Step, disrupting Frostblink. So let's see what our chill is like. Creep in there, 22%, and the Creeping Frost is killing things by itself. We don't want to level the Arcane Surge. But we'll level the Orb of Storms and Unbound Ailments. And the Creeping Frost is killing stuff by itself. This wand is also disgusting. Just by the way. To have that, like, drop in this run is insane. But here we are. Now we're doing Cold Dot. We're getting Frenzy Charges because we have Cold Snap. And then, like I mentioned, Frostblink Vortex, Frostblink Vortex, Frostblink Vortex, Frostblink Vortex. They're both instant. But the Vortex cooldown isn't there yet. Your ideal Helm enchant is Vortex cooldown recovery rate. Because you'll just be able to clear faster with it. And then Merc Lab gets you 50% chance to avoid elemental ailments, and nearby enemies have minus to cold res. I'm going to turn off the vitality here. I'm having mana issues. So I probably need to start leveling the clarity back up. And leave the vitality off for now. And it's not too bad. Like, against a boss, you're not going to be spamming skills as frequently as when you're clearing. So, come on, Corrupting Blood, don't kill me. So that's why, like, if you can, like, cut this out and, like, work it up through here, getting Mind Drinker, recover 2% of mana on kill, will make clearing maps, like, you won't have to think about it. But all of this stuff you're going to want, so you don't want to cut out everything. And this is movement speed. You're not getting the chaos damage from this anymore. And you can get the spell suppression stuff elsewhere. Like, what's our spell suppression at right now? 78%. Just by getting these 3 nodes. I've got this node, got this one node, and of course, I'm a raider, so we get 40% spell suppression right here. You can see, like, especially why, like, I'm running the clarity, and I'll mention it again. This is why I helped Alira. Helping Alira. Wait a minute. I could connect this right here, and then still feed this down. Move 3 points here. If I didn't want the spell suppression. The spell suppression is good, though, because this gives you an additional 3% of suppressed spell damage. And then you take the mastery for an additional 2. Then you're suppressing 55% of spell damage. Then let me just do this. We'll swap out Hatred. We'll take Hatred off. We'll turn on Grace instead. 40% chance to evade attacks. Currently. Not really scaling it at all, because I don't, like... Look at my gear. I got a tiny bit of evasion. But my favorite thing about, like, this build is you can get down here for Graceful Assault, which will increase your Onslaught effect, which you have permanent Onslaught. But you can gain 5% of evasion rating as extra armor from this. And that will give you a lot of physical damage reduction, mitigation as you go. Let's see. Let's just check. Without Grace, what is my evasion rating? 21. So with Grace, it's 40. With the Flask, it's 72. 72% chance to evade attacks. With garbage Act 9 gear. And, like, I'm still clearing stuff with the Grace. Like, there's no issue. Then I use the Orb of Storms to curse stuff. Orb of Storms might not work as well as a curse support. Like I have always been using it as. Like, it's good to apply a curse, but they're changing the way Orb of Storms is working to help it better help lightning builds, but I think that just doesn't mean you need to stand in it or something. I think it will still apply a curse if it hits an enemy. It's never been something that attacks fast, and it's going to apply a lot of curses. You don't need curses to clear stuff. You need curses to, like, add extra damage to tough enemies. And then, you know, we'll come back in and do this. Because, I mean, you could farm here for a tabula and then just rock your whole setup. You would throw in hypothermia. Oh, no, we have hypothermia. You throw in... Where did I put it? Throw in elemental focus as your 5th link. And then you can use efficacy or increased duration, which is what I prefer to do. It's got a level. What's it going to be? Take that. Extra damage. I prefer efficacy because it will increase the duration of your Valk hold snap. It'll increase the duration that all your stuff's on the ground. Swift Affliction, like, I was able to get 3 of them down right now. If I have Swift Affliction, like, the 3rd one's going to disappear faster with the current level of cooldown recovery rate. I didn't reset the zone, but that's okay. And then there's the Valk hold snap that can just generate frenzy charges on its own, and you can just like blast, like once you have enough damage, you can just blast through stuff with the Valk hold snap. And we'll get it back pretty quick here because it is Polish Spike Shield. Is this an upgrade? Almost, honestly. Yeah, I could craft the lightning res on this. I'd lose a little bit of spell damage, but I get 104 life to throw on the shield. The shield's definitely a better play. Old Snap leveled up. And I guess we need to refresh this. Overrun one more trip through here. Then wrap this up. Oh yeah, it takes us here. I want to go zoom with the Valk hold snap. Build is definitely not as fast as Caustic Arrow, but you'll be a lot safer playing with this build. This build is great for testing new stuff that you're not familiar with, because chilling stuff by 30% is ridiculous. It makes it much easier to learn attacks and things and how things are working. I love this build. I still have a Toxic Rain in somewhere. Oh, it's in the offhand. Oh, and I have all my auras in my wands, so weapon swapping kind of sucks for the time being. Alright, let's Valk hold snap it and find nothing, but yeah, I just walk through these enemies and they die. It's like Plague Bearer, but not as you don't get to have the amount of uptime that you do on Plague Bearer. But on a cultist, you can explode enemies the same way you do with Plague Bearer. Cultist also makes enemies not have any life regeneration. Things with life regeneration suck, and hexproof enemies suck. That's just how it is. But you can also build this to be able to curse hexproof enemies. There's lots you can do with this. So if you want further information about like how to like polish off this build, I have a guide for that from the SSF Delirium Everywhere event. That is probably one of the most well-rounded, solid builds I've ever made. And it got through the stuff. I made it to like 24 waves of Simulacrum with it. In SSF, no Watcher's Eyes, like no Trade League, no double corrupted Carcass Jack nonsense like I have in Trade League. So I don't like sharing that build as much, because like I played for 5 days in Trade League and I had to switch because I felt like I just broke the game. It's too easy. Like there's no challenge anymore. But being able to 6-link corrupted items with the tainted fusings was kind of busted. So that's why that existed in the first place. So there's that. I'm gonna wrap this one up. That's gonna do it for me. I I hope you enjoyed the guide. If you're looking to do play this, I hope it helps you. This will be my league starter in Arch Nemesis League. I'm going to 100 playing this exact build, doing this exact thing. Having access to trade makes things a lot easier. You don't have to luck out this wand. All you have to do is get Spine. Let's do a trade. Trade standard. Spine of the first claimant Iron Scepter. This drops out of chests in normal lab. Using. Oh yeah, this rolls 30 to 50 cold damage. Wait a minute. No, okay. This is a legacy one that's garbage. This is what you're looking at. You're looking for the 30 to 50 cold damage, and then you have 25 to 35 cold dot multi. That's better than this wand, right? And you like 8 hours into a league, you'll be able to get that for 1 chaos. Because everybody has to do normal lab, everybody's opening them chests, it drops from the chests to normal lab. How many people are using cold dot scepter? A lot of people are looking for the +1 cold dot multi wands. The scepter is just like a free alternative. It's great. And yeah, I guess we could add a tiny little bonus in here. We could. I guess it's in standard now. Raider again. Yep. Yeah. This was my league start. There it is. I got a decent roll. It's not a perfect roll. Get the cast speed, the cold damage, and this took me all the way. I don't have cold damage over time multiplier on my gloves. I don't have cold damage over time multiplier on my amulet. I don't have +1 to max, +1 to cold spell skill gems on my amulet. I have a +2 duration carcass jack, and I have awakened gems, and this shield is bonkers. +1 all cold and spell damage. But there's a lot more potential. You're now able to enchant like an implicit cold dot multi on gloves. And then just to show it off here, standing in my hideout, cold damage per second tooltip in game is 320,000. That's before you add on the cold snap. That's before you factor in the Orb of Storms, like dual curse with Frostbite and Despair. That's before you factor in the Avatar of the Veil, -25 resistances. That's before you factor in Bone Chill off of the Creeping Frost. So like you can see pretty easily here, like the damage is here. Like it's like this build can handle it. And cooldown recovery. I don't even have it. It just gets it as it levels, but this is with an Awakened Swift Affliction. So I'm losing 25% duration on that. But Carcass Jack makes the AoE stupid. So you can clear real nice, but again, I prefer efficacy over Awakened Swift Affliction, but there's an Awakened Swift Affliction, not an Awakened Efficacy. So alright, that's where I'm gonna wrap this up. Again, hope you enjoyed. Hit the like button, subscribe. To help support me. If you would like to financially support me, you can hit the join button down below the video. And yeah, have a wonderful Siege of the Atlas Arch Nemesis League. Cheers.